So, hello everybody. My name is Gerhard Schleining. I'm guiding you to the program today. Welcome to all the people. We have more than 170 people registered. They are coming from all over the world, and I hope we will have a very interesting meeting. First, let me briefly introduce myself. I'm representing here the ISEKI-Food Association, which is organizing this final conference. And I was 15 years Secretary General of this association. And this association is a platform for teachers, students, trainers, and food professionals. It's a global network. We have members from all over the world. And the aim of this association is to bridge education, research, and industry in the food sector. We have a long history. We started in 1998 and developed several projects, all related to teaching in the food sector, and we participated in many projects. So you see also here Food Aware project, and there are several others which started now and we will continue in the future. So if you're interested in this subject, in teaching in food, though you are free to join this network, and you just need to go to the website and find more information. The aim of this final conference today is to present the outcomes of this Food Aware project to the world, what was developed and how it can be used. So during this project, there were many teaching materials developed for teachers to teach students and school peoples up to an age of around 14 years to get aware of issues in the food sector. So they were developed, for example, module presentations which can be adapted by the teachers. There were developed activity sheets. There were developed posters and videos which can be used as teaching aids in the different schools, and they also can be modified by the teachers. The agenda of this day is, or this afternoon, is divided in three parts. First, we have some keynote presentations from experts in teaching children in the food sector. Then we have also some contributions from teachers from different countries, from Austria, from Poland, and from Greece. They will inform us about the situation in their country and what are the issues in their schools. And then we will, the partners of the project will present the training modules. Then we have a break, and then also the teaching aids will be presented by the partners. And then we have also a question and answer sessions. Of course, after each presentation, there will be short time for one or two questions, but at the end, there is a little bit more time, and then we will have a kind of evaluation of this workshop and also a reflection and closing. But first, I would like to introduce Thomas Economo from Duca School, who is the coordinator of this project, and he will give you some information on the project itself. But before we start this, my colleague Fotini, who is also from ISEKI-Food Association and is also organizing this conference, and will be also in the background, always available for if there are technical problems, and also for managing the questions you have. She will explain you now how you can also actively participate in this conference. Fotini?
Hello everyone. I would like to introduce you to the control panel and let you know how you can actively participate in this conference. So you will find the control panel at the right part of your screen. You can minimize it with the orange arrow button. You can mute or unmute yourself with a microphone icon, and you can raise your hand or type in your question. All the microphones will be muted during the conference, and the session is being recorded. During the presentations, you can type in your questions, and they will be answered at the end of each presentation. Also, if you wish to ask a question yourself, you can raise your hand, and after the presentation, we will give you the floor. There will be also time for discussion during the Q&A session at the end. Now, I would like to give the floor to Thomas Economo from Duca School, who is the Food Aware Project Coordinator, and he will make a short introduction of the project. Thomas, the floor is yours.
Greetings from Athens, greetings from Greece. Hi, everybody. Okay, so let me briefly present myself. My name is Thomas Economo, and I'm the project manager of Duca School. And Duca School is a Greek private school. It's situated in the northern suburbs of the Greek capital, Athens. And we had the luck and the privilege to be coordinating, to be the coordinating partner of this project, which started in 2018 and will finish now in 2020. The idea behind the project is simple, and it was how we could nurture a school environment that would engage students in activities that would positively impact and raise their food awareness. This simple idea led us to some simple questions at the beginning. The first one was who would be the person that would set up such an environment, and the answer to us was obvious. It was going to be the teachers. And then this led to the next question: what would we equip the teachers with in order to enable them to succeed towards this goal? And it was going to be educational material that they could use to introduce the topics in the classroom and raise food awareness. We came up with what we needed to develop, and what we needed was to design the process of training the teachers, and that would target teachers, teacher educators, and maybe directly policymakers and school principals. We needed to develop the training materials to introduce the topics to the teachers, targeting teachers. And finally, we need to develop the educational material that can be used in the class and that will target the students. And to be able to achieve that, an international and multi-sectoral partnership was formed. It consisted of 2 universities, 1 school, 1 international food organization, and 2 organizations from the business sectors. They were partners from 5 EU countries: Greece, Belgium, Poland, Austria, and UK. They all believed in the importance of the objectives of the project and decided to unite their efforts and expertise in different fields to achieve them. During the first phase of the project, the training methodology guide was developed. It described the structure of the training and its implementation process. The project continued with the development of 5 training modules that targeted, as we said, teachers, and we introduced them to the topics that are under discussion. The main structure and focus of these modules will be presented later on today by the project partners. In parallel, and based on continuous feedback from involved teachers, the educational materials were designed. They targeted students, and they aimed to enable teachers to introduce those topics in the classroom. Those materials intended to form the basis of a repository that can serve the cause of the project. There are comics, scenarios, and activity sheets, and educational video posters. They will be presented today after the break, so please stay with us so you can see them. In 30 seconds, about 30 seconds, what we had as a feedback when we presented them in 2 primary schools in Athens. The teachers told us that they could spark the conversation in the classrooms and can be used in several individual activities, and are also able to pass down knowledge. So it was a good feedback for us. We really much like what we got from teachers. Then the project, as I told you, had designed a teacher training event. The teacher training course. So it was a 3-day. It was supposed to be organized in Lodz in Poland and hosted by Sun, but we had COVID-19 and it was realized digitally. And then the implementation of the material was to be realized in the classroom. The teachers that participated in this implementation were the teachers that participated in the training tent, and they will be sharing their experiences later on today as well. So I think with great joy we welcome you to this Food Aware conference. I would like now to take the opportunity to thank ISEKI for putting such a great effort to organize it. The keynote speakers that we're delighted to have them with us today, the project partners that contributed in multiple ways, and of course all of you that honor us today with your presence. I hope we hope that we enjoyed this event as much as we enjoyed the past 2 years that brought us to this day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas, for the introduction of the project. I think we have some time if there are questions. Fotini, are there any questions from the participants?
No, currently there are no questions.
Maybe you can make me also organizer that I can see the participants because I cannot see them. Okay, so then if there are no questions at the moment, but as Fotini had told you during the conference, that you post your questions in the question box and then we can also answer later or at the end of the conference. So if there are no questions, we will continue with the program, and I would also like to thank the two keynote speakers to accept our invitations to give us some input about their experiences in teaching children in the food. And the first keynote presentation will be done by Karen Deliot from the Technion Israel Institute of Technology. She is a researcher there and is working as part of the Applied Science Communication Research Group. She has a bachelor in communication and international relation and a master in theory and practice of human rights, and also a master and PhD in international education policy. So she teaches academic literacy and writing, sociology and education, and qualitative research methods in a teacher training college. So her current work is and research focus on the visions of science education for promoting better public engagement with science and scientific literature in everyday life. So please, Karen, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. So let me share my screen. Can you see my screen now?
We were seeing it. We were seeing it before. Can you try once again?
No, you're not. Let's see. And now you can see it.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. So good afternoon. I'm really happy to be here today. This is also actually a Jewish holiday today. If anyone out there is also celebrating, today is the second candle for Hanukkah. And I'm really happy to be here and talk about our exciting project called The Classroom as a Platform for Community Engagement with Food Production and Science, which is long, and we call it for short Food Science Class. And as Garrett said, I'm a researcher at the Faculty for Education in Science and Technology. And this project is part of EIT-Food, which is a program from the European Food Innovation Initiative, working to make the food systems more sustainable, healthy, and trusted. Our project feeds into their thematic area of public engagement, which focuses on on leveraging students and the communities to become agents of change in the food system. And our consortium is comprised of 3 main partners, as you can see their logos here also, with the Technion as the project leader, and it's being implemented in 2 locations, in Israel and in Poland simultaneously. So the Technion implements the program in Israel, and the Institute of Animal Reproduction and Food Research implements this project in Olsztyn. I'm not sure I pronounced this right, in Poland. And we have another important partner, UFIC, who are a non-profit organization whose mission is to provide engaging science-based information for the public. And they're responsible for all of these really nice visual materials that you will see today. So our project is really international in nature, and we planned it initially to include partners from different parts of Europe. And to facilitate this, we actually have been working with Zoom and other platforms even before COVID, as we set up this program. And we have a lot of different digital tools to enable this, this collaboration. Our project overarching goals, I guess they divided in 3. The first one is to develop the curiosity and interest in food production and science. The second one is to promote engagement and dialogues about these issues. And the third is to develop teenagers' science communication skills in a way that will enable them to better engage with their communities and families about all of this important information of healthy foods and healthy lifestyles. The project is currently at the end of its pilot year or pilot phase with 4 classes, so 2 classes in Israel and 2 in Poland, and you can see all these details here. We planned the project to include teens between 13 to 16, aiming for students who are a little bit fluent in English, although many of the materials are translated back and forth between Hebrew, Polish, and English. And although the basic plan is similar for all of the classes, we do have different emphasis or implementation for different locations because, you know, life is different in Israel and in Poland, obviously. So how was the program has been implemented since March? So actually we began the program with the spread of COVID-19, although we didn't plan for it. And we planned the program to be a face-to-face, almost year-long program within schools, and we quickly had to adapt it to this changing educational reality. Because we were already collaborating the researchers on Zoom, at least the technical part was less complicated for us, but we still had to adjust the pedagogical parts to be adjusted to this online learning, and also different online learning in Israel and in Poland. So we work together closely with our partners to make sure that everyone has the appropriate materials. What you can see about our project is that it's a year long. It accompanies the students in their schools, and because of COVID, we actually got a chance to see them every week. Initially, we planned for us to come into the schools for a whole day or for a few hours, but because many of the modules were online, we really couldn't have so much hours with them. But in that way, we have been seeing them every week for an hour, for a regular hour for the project. So it enabled us actually to see the development and to keep close contact with the children. And since I only have a limited time here with you in this presentation, I'm not going to talk about all of these programs, but I just want to emphasize what we're doing now at the end of the program, which is on the student communication products, which I feel are the really important part. The project is, although the center of the project is, of course, healthy food and food production and understanding it, there are many areas of learning that, that are included. History and geography of food production, for example. Data literacy, which is an important part, and I will show you in a second why. Evaluation of online scientific data resources and sources, because we want them to be able to shift through the amazing and sometimes ridiculous amount of information they have access to in online. We do talk about the science of food production, and students experienced labs in different capacities. But at the heart of all these is science communication, because we want the students to be ambassadors, to be able to then go into their communities and discuss all of these things that they have learned throughout this project. So I will quickly show you a few of the examples for the class resources that we developed or pooled between the partners for the project. For example, we adapted existing infographics that UFIC had. And if you're not familiar with UFIC website, they have amazing infographics that are free to use. You can go on their website. Their website is here on my slide. And they also have resources in several European languages, you can see on their website. We were able to leverage some of their existing materials that were relevant to our program and actually translate them into Hebrew. So here you can see the ABC of food processing and then translated into Hebrew. Of course, this is just one part of a whole page of infographics. We were also able to use other materials our partners were already producing. For example, our Polish partners produced a food labels poster that we were also able to translate to, they of course have this in Polish and we have this in Hebrew. So we have been going through a lot of materials where they originate in one language, and we make sure that every partner can have use of these different materials for classwork. Another part of our program, as I said, was data literacy, and we included designing, distributing, and analyzing life and food habit survey with the students in both countries. And some basic characteristics of the survey were developed by the project team so that we can compare the results in two countries, and not for us, but for the students themselves. And this is an example of what we did with the data at the end of the survey unit. Each class sort of analyzed their own data, but then we're able to see their data as compared to other classes, the other class in Israel and the two classes in Poland. And they actually, students were able to distribute this survey to over 200 people in each country. They sent it to their families, to their friends, to a wide audience of the communities. And this slide, you know, it just seems like, okay, the meat is different meats are popular in Israel and Poland, but actually this slide enabled us to discuss with the students meat policies in each countries and about dietary restrictions in Israel, because we eat a lot of chicken. Why do we eat a lot of chicken? Schnitzel in Israel, by the way, is chicken. So we talked with the students about issues that are about the food system, but they have a lot of policy and regulation aspects to them as well. This is something we developed especially because of COVID, and as a response, we needed to come up with an interactive online activity that we can do with the students. So over the summer, we worked with an expert in gaming and education to design an online game that sort of summarizes what we have done in the first year of the program. Remember, we started in March, and then in July, they went to the summer vacation. And when we came back in September, we wanted sort of to remind them of all the stuff that they've learned already. So they had this game. They were divided into teams. The game was, we did the game using Zoom. And each island demonstrated a different area of knowledge that we actually accessed during the first part of the program. And the food, for example, this is a food coloring activity where different groups they had to use the annotate. I don't know if you know, in Zoom you can annotate the screen. So they actually had to connect between the sources and the food colorings themselves. And this was part of a unit that we discussed food labels. So this was really fun for the students. We thought it would take 45 minutes. Of course, it took an hour and a half, but students really enjoyed this this activity. And I think the most, I guess for me, this is the most important activity in our program, because in our research group, this is what we focus on science communication and on engaging the public in scientific issues. So in this module, we discussed with students what is communication, what is science communication, why it's important. And I think that during COVID-19, this was very clear to the students why it's important. And we also talked about critical reading of news and stuff like that. But we also had workshop with them to teach them effective science communication skills. So I said, okay, you know a lot of information. How are you going to talk about this with your grandma, with your mother, or with your younger sister? There are different audiences that you need to talk to. And we prepared this this booklet in 3 languages, of course, in Hebrew, in Polish, and also in English. And this was part of the program to support them in their science communication skills. So they have different tips and different suggestions of how to better communicate all of their findings. And this was important because finally, at the end of the science communication module, students were invited to work in pairs or triplets and prepare their own science communication products. So now we are sort of at the end of this phase where students have halfway through. Probably some of the classes are doing better than others, but to prepare science communication materials based on all of the information that we've showed them throughout the project. So this is, we created a Google file that is shared by the students, and I've uploaded to this file everything that we have from the project, from info sheets to media files they can use, PowerPoint presentations, different things that they are able to utilize in designing their own products. And they could choose whatever product they want. They can do a poster, a post for social media, and a presentation for younger children. They had to decide to which audience they want to tailor their product specifically. And so I want to show you some of these projects that students were able to make. We set up Instagram accounts for the program in Polish and also in Hebrew, because we figured early on that the students, although excited about the program, they don't really want to share school stuff on their own Instagram account. So we have these Instagram accounts that we use as part of our program. And some of the examples of materials that the students have prepared, the first thing I will show you is a movie, a short movie, a video that one of the student groups who was really interested in ketchup. And even during the activities last year, they made their own homemade ketchup and they brought it to class. They had a blinded test of tasting ketchup, and they made this short clip to put it on. They want to put it on TikTok and on YouTube and make people aware of how easy it is to make homemade ketchup. There are headlines in Hebrew which you won't understand, but the students did this by themselves. They went home, they took over the kitchen, and they made homemade ketchup. And now we will distribute this movie in different social media channels. So they were really excited about this. And actually, in the blind testing of ketchups in the class, this ketchup was the second place. So it wasn't the best, but it wasn't the worst. So they were really excited. Another option students had was to design a poster. And this is a group that decided to do it on the importance of reading food labels. You can see we gave them a template that they can use in their poster, and but they decide what kind of pictures and what kind of materials they want to put in the poster. So this is one of the posters. And this is an example of an Instagram post about yogurts, as well as a post about fruits and the glycemic index. So they designed this to have sort of 3 parts that you can flip to on Instagram. And this one is about the glycemic index of food and about fruit. Also, we gave them a template, but they had to decide what they want to put in the template in terms of pictures and data and wording and stuff like that. So I actually don't know if I'm within my time limit, I think. I speak really fast. Yes, but okay. Do I have more time?
5 minutes.
Wow, So I did it really fast. Okay, so we have a lot of time if you want to have questions. But I think that this project is now supposed to go into additional, I think, 4 classes in Israel and in Belgium and in Finland next year. So we are really expanding the outreach of the program. And I think that there are a lot of programs that for students about what is healthy food, what can you do about food waste. But what makes our program maybe a little bit different is the emphasis that we have on science communication and about, okay, you know all of these really important things. How are you going to share this knowledge with your communities, within your, and not only how, but we actually give them tools to do this effectively, and we accompany this whole process with them. So we've been in the classes since March and until the end of December, so it's almost a year. We've seen them grow, the students themselves, and hopefully next year maybe we can see them for real and not behind the Zoom screen or the Zoom camera. So thank you for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Let me stop the screen share maybe.
Thank you very much, Karen, for the interesting insight in this project. I guess maybe there are some questions from the audience.
Yes, there is one question. There are 2 actually. One question is, did you relate the project with specific subjects of the analytic program of the schools?
So this project was not part of their official curriculum for the students. And this is why we actually targeted junior high school or the lower classes of high school in Poland, because the schools enabled us to have this program, which is completely external to their curriculum. So they didn't, the teachers that support my project are the homeroom teachers, I guess you call them. In one class, she's a language arts teacher, and in one class, she's a science teacher. And we made those connections with language arts because they have to write materials, and with science, we did a science lab. They were supposed to come to the Technion to have a lab, and they weren't able to because of COVID. So for one class, we actually came to the school with the lab materials, and we did the lab in the classroom. And the other class, we did it at home. We did lab from home. And the student a master's student in our food tech, in the Faculty of Biotechnology and Food Engineering, she guided them all through an hour and a half of Zoom session, and we did this experiment at home. So it's not completely external to their what they study, but it's not part of the official curriculum.
Mm-hmm. Great. Another question which just came. If you could talk a bit about the chosen target group of the youth and what group were chosen. Did you talk to members of these groups about the effectiveness of the youth science communication?
Yes. So in Israel, I chose to work with junior high school, as I said, because it's still a class, or it's 2 or 3 years of classes that are less demanding in terms of final testing, because in high school, and I'm sure this is in other countries, they all learn for their matriculation exams, and it's very hard to put a program in that is not part of the matriculation exams. You can come for maybe a 1-hour lecture, but not such a long engagement with the students like we had. So so this is my thinking when we designed the program, and we wanted to get teens, in a sense, when they start making decisions, when they are start being more independent in their food choices also, and also at an age where they want to engage with the younger students as well. The actual schools that I work with in Israel, they are 8-year schools. It's from 1st grade until 8th grade. So I've been working with them since they were in 7th grade. Now they're in 8th grade. Yeah. And in January, they're supposed to have activities for the entire school. So their teacher, this was not part of my initial plans, she said, you know, this was a great program for you, but I want you now to have modules that are for the younger children in the school. So this was part of my thinking early on, that if we work with the older school kids in that school, things will trickle down. They can help us to work with the younger students themselves. I don't know if I answered all that. I feel like I missed something out maybe in that question. So about science communication skills, maybe. So in my research group, we do a lot of work on, we have workshops for scientists actually on better science communication skills and how to engage the public with their science. So we took these workshops for adult scientists and we adjusted them, and we created modules for younger students. And we talk a lot about getting your message. How do you get your message? First, you need to understand your message. So for example, in one of the last classes, the student said, you know what, I want to have a poster about hamburgers. And I said, great, okay, hamburgers are you know, it's an option to eat hamburgers. What do you want to say about hamburgers? And throughout this discussion of, okay, what is your message? Are you saying that hamburgers are healthy or not healthy? Are they healthy in some cases or not? You know, what do you want to say, and who are you saying this to? Because if you're saying this again to someone in first grade, it needs to be said in a certain way, whereas you're saying this to someone older, you need to say it in a different way. So there is a lot of discussions with the students about, first, what is your message? And two, how do you clearly communicate your message? For example, if you want to communicate a message to your grandmother or to, you know, to your grandmother and friends, you will not put a post on Instagram, most likely. You want to maybe engage in an outlet that she will, that she is on it. So it might be Facebook, you know, now it's for the older people, Facebook. But these are the types of discussions that we have with them. Another example is students created a really nice poster about treating chickens better. Chickens that are they are growing chickens for feeding, for eating, but they want to have a poster that explains why they should be treated better. And I said, fine, but your poster right now, I understand that you're saying everyone be vegetarian. And said, no, we're not saying everyone to be vegetarian. So this enabled a discussion within the whole class. Okay, so who are we talking to? The students in the school? What do they want them? What is the type of action you want the students to do after they read your poster? And by sort of distilling what is the message or what is the type of action they expect their audience to do, we sort of back engineered how this message should be conveyed in their poster, in their products. So I hope that answered the question.
Yeah, and a last question is about what communication tools did the students prefer and why? I think you already said about posters.
So I have a lot of Instagram posts. Students, I think, and I'm sure many in the audience who work with students, sometimes students want to do the easiest and the shortest, and that's writing an Instagram post. But each group had to do something. So there are a lot of Instagram posts. There are a lot of presentation for younger children. So they took some of the modules we had with them throughout the last year, and they adjusted the modules to be delivered in classes in their school. But they will deliver the modules. I will not be delivering that module. So that's another favorable module, I guess, or product that they want. And so far, I only have one movie.
Maybe the last question. What, in your opinion, the students are interested in the most about the project?
That's a good question, because we had a lot of different modules throughout the year. And I think that the students, they know what is healthy and what is not, in a sense. I mean, they know they should eat more vegetables. They know they should eat less candy. But they're not always really understand the things that are less black and white. You know, vegetables are healthy and candy is not. And our project, and this is what they really enjoyed, is we said to them, okay, we're not telling you what to eat, but let's read food labels. Let's see what is in there. So in one of the classes, I brought a whole bag of food labels that I collected over 2 weeks. And in groups, they read it. And afterwards, their parents, I got some messages from the parents through the teachers saying, you know what, this is the first time the students are, my kid is actually going to the refrigerator and reading the food labels of the stuff that we buy at home. So it feels like this is one of the things that really sort of created a change also in how they look and think about these things. And it seemed to be interesting to them, something they did not think about before.
Okay, thank you very much, Karen. I think we have to continue with the program, that we are not delayed, and I hope you can stay until the end of the conference so we can maybe have also in the final discussion.
Unfortunately, as I said, this is a holiday evening. I can stay for about 20 more minutes and then I will have to leave. Okay,
thank you very much. Anyway, yeah. Our next speaker is Kate Sposab from Minsk in Belarus. She is also presenting an approach about teaching, especially about local sustainability challenges. Kate has a master in philology and human education, and around 10 years experience as a youth trainer in non-formal education. Especially she's working in outdoor education for youth, behavior change related to climate change and global warming, energy efficiency, and so on. She has also 6 years experience in coordinating youth international camps on active citizenship and sustainability topics. At present, she is project manager at an association for sustainable development in Minsk and also coordinator of RCA Belarus and project manager in the Horizon project Terrifica. So maybe Kate, you can open your presentation.
Hello, happy to see you. Do you see me? Do you see
Yes.
my presentation, or do I have to do something else? Okay.
Now we see the presentation, but you should go in the presentation mode. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Is it okay?
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm Kate. I'm from Belarus, and I really want to thank you for invitation today. But 2 times already, Gerhard told you that I'm involved in a food awareness education, but it's not like this. I'm ESD educator. I'm education for SDGs educator, and food awareness was just only smallest part of my educational experience. What I'm doing more, it's about methods and approaches in teaching about sustainability, and actually food awareness, it is part of sustainability. But I don't think that you will be disappointed about my presentation, and you will find some interesting things from what I would like to share with you today. So the name of the presentation, it is value-based approach in educating about local sustainability challenges. And values, it's really some very interesting topic. And it is something what we sometimes forgot to talk about and forgot to consider. So drafting our workshops, our courses, and so on. And that's why that was the topic of my master study. And yeah, actually, I had some findings about it. But really, the food awareness is a big topic. And I'm happy to see here so many interesting presentations, and really of my colleague Karen that was before me. It's a brilliant project, and I would be happy to join some of our Belarusian teachers to learn from it, and maybe to join also the ISEKI association. But what I would like to say, I have researched a little bit that food awareness we can find in a lot of SDGs. So first of all, really, it's SDG number 2, to end the hunger, that food should be safe, sufficient, and affordable for all. And also, food awareness is essential for SDGs in many terms. In terms of quality of life of people, yeah, the good health starts with nutrition, and nutritious food is critical for the learning. It's true. And in terms of our planet, so people have to care about the planet, and then they will have some healthy and nutritious food. So, and vice versa. Agriculture is key in responding climate change. So climate change, it's actually one of the topics that I'm working with. And achieving food security, we can help to reduce the waste on the planet. And that is the responsible consumption. It's one of our topics in Belarus. It's one of the topics that you would talk about today. And I think it's important for all of us. And the last but not the least, the solidarity. So when we talk about the food, that the food should be shareable for all people. The partnerships between the countries, between the associations, between the networks can raise the voice of hungry and to make it so more affordable for all people on the earth. But going further, when we start teaching about such, let's say, cross-curricular topics like food awareness, like climate change, or let's say about inclusion, we have to be aware what do we want to achieve. So actually, why do we teach our children, our learners to sustainability? And in most of the cases, so when we ourselves want to answer this question, we say, yes, we want that there will be more change makers. We want that there will be more creative thinkers on the earth who will be able for informed decisions, for responsible actions, like it was in the previous project demonstrated by Karen, and who will be able then to deal with sustainability challenges, to transform the environment around them. Most of the researchers call these abilities the competences. And the book that you can see here, The Learning Objectives for Education for Sustainable Development Goals, it's, in my opinion, it's a rather popular book published by UNESCO. In this book, you can find the definition of the competency for sustainability, and the main idea of this, that it is the ability for self-organized action. That the individual, the child or the adult who is within their learning process should be able for self-organized actions, not just the subject of some behavioral models or just the subject of some knowledgeable packs or something else, but be able to transform this knowledge and the skills that the person would achieve into autonomous actions, into actions that this person will be able to implement together with others in a collective or individual actions. There are lots of different competences named as sustainability competences, and in the literature you can find them. So like critical thinking, so problem solving skills, creativity, responsibility, participation may be the most important of them. But in general, all of them have more or less similar structure. So why actually should we know what are the competences made of? In order to understand what we should include in our educational packs, in our packages, in our teaching packages. So first of all, and everybody knows it, and everybody of us are from the schools, and we know that what the teachers deliver, they deliver the knowledge. In our case, when we deal with sustainability challenges and also with the food awareness or with some other topics, the most of the topics are included in the Sustainable Development Goals. I just put here this picture because I think most of you know about these topics. Yeah, what is it? That is the knowledge about the poverty, about the gender issues, inclusion issues, so solidarity, some clean energy, and so on. So this is just the knowledge, but the knowledge cannot be delivered just as a knowledge, just teacher as a delivering unit in the class. No, everybody knows it, that in order our students will be later the change, the makers of change, we should apply some certain methods, active learning methods, teaching approaches. So like project-based, problem-solving approaches, service learning maybe. So some of you maybe use community-based research like it was in the previous project. And while participated in this project, our learners, they develop certain skills, how to apply the knowledge. And we shouldn't forget about two important principles. That without this principle, the sustainability education shouldn't be delivered to. The first one, it is a reflection. So it could be called principle, it could be called just a method, but without critical reflection on each unit of knowledge after each unit, so we couldn't go further. So each experience, is it a practical experience or just theoretical unit, should be thought through and asked critical questions about. And the second one, it is participation. And it is not just the collaboration of learners in the class. It's not just a collaboration with the teacher, but in order to get the proper knowledge about the things which are around us, and so is it sustainable consumption or some climate change, the students have to get an experience of participation together with local community, other just their parents, or just some local initiatives, or just local enterprises. And naturally, the school administration, if they have some ideas about the projects, they shouldn't stay within the class. They have to go with their ideas to the school administration and start together the implementation of them. This was the what of our learning about sustainability and teaching, and this was the how we are doing it. And then the most important questions, why we are doing it, or what for we are learning to be able to deal with sustainability challenges. And this is the questions about the values and the attitudes. And it's really not so easy, because we can't just take a chapter from a book or tell our children, okay, there are some certain values, there is a set of values, I will tell you about it, and then you will know it. It's not so easy at all. There are some sets of values, and you can find it in the literature that there is sustainability values, but still, when you are with it, when you are within your sustainability course, what you should to start with, it is with exploration of the values of your children, of your learners, of your own values. Because so we are the same, we are from the more or less the same community, local community. But nevertheless, there are children next to us, there are people next to us who have a slightly different values, and we have to be aware of it. And this process of being aware and of recognition of different values, this is the basis, this is a background for all other knowledge and skills applying. As soon as we recognize that there is a diversity of values around us, and we learn to respect this diversity of values in the roles of discussion, learning the case studies, so going to the excursions and learning new stakeholders in the community, as soon as we are doing it, we will learn what is sustainability at all. Actually, for me, it was really important in my experience, in my work. I had an interesting training, and it was training about humanitarian values. and we talked a lot. We talked 3 days, not just talked, but also learned and studied case studies. And we had a human library with some humanitarian workers with the students. And then they had a day-long creathon in order to develop project ideas. So how they want to help their local community to make some project about it. And the half of their projects were not about how to improve the green environment, so the local park, or not how to help the animal shelter, for example, but it was how to help ourselves. How to make, for example, a psychological consultation center in our school. How to make a peer corner where the peers can exchange the problems that they have at their age, for example. And then I realized, so only when the students, so our learners, will be able to deal with their own problems, then they can do a step further and deal with the problems around them. So as for me, and I think for the educators, so this step, the step of exploration and recognition of values diversity is very, very important at any sustainability topic. And then we can go further and we can explain about the global sustainability values, which exist since the year 2000 and that didn't change since that time, but they are based only on their own values. When the students and the teachers have exchanged them and then built a shared space for other shared values, which are important for them as a community. Yeah, actually, I was invited for Fotini, and thank you her a lot for this invitation to tell about the project that we are doing in Belarus, and we are part of this big international project that is called Territorial Responsible Research and Innovation Fostering Innovative Climate Action. And as you can see, it's not so much about the food, but it's more about the awareness about the climate change and about public participation in these issues, about adaptation to climate issues. In our project, we have suggested to our audience, to our target groups, so-called crowd mapping tool. So what was the idea of the crowd mapping tool? That people can put the markers on the maps, which could indicate the positive, it could be positive or negative markers in regard of temperature, in regard of water, in regard of soil, the state of air in their regions. So what we are collected, it were the opinions of people. How do they feel about them? About the environment, so yes, in their regions. And it wasn't not for the scientists, but it was a kind of crowd science, a kind of citizen science. So how people were learning about what is going on, how did they collect this information, and then later share it and exchanged this information. As you can see on this slide, there were 7 different versions of the crowd mapping tool. One of them was in Russian, so in Belarus we use mostly Russian language, and one of them it is international version on English. And if you are interested in, you can use it in your countries because it is available. You can test it with your students and to put the markers as well. What was important for me, and I think it could be also important in educating about sustainability challenges, that this tool had a bottom-up approach. The information and data were collected by people who were as registered users putting their markers. On this map, you can see how many markers were on the map of Minsk as a pilot region of Terrifica project, more than 300. So you can see which of them were negative, which of them were positive. And this density of red markers we have called as hotspots. where people were really thinking that the air quality are bad or the temperatures are too high and it's needed some green spaces for this place and so on. Based on this crowd mapping data, we organized a series of workshops, so discussion climate clubs, where we have invited people from universities, from academia, but also from the schools, the teachers, early career teachers, also high school students, and people from local initiatives, from NGOs, who have already started their own projects about the air quality in the city, who had already some tools and some experience how to do it, and then they have like co-created ideas what could be done else on these hotspots. Parallel, we were promoting the crowd mapping through the social media, through youth portals, and also as Association Education for Sustainable Development, we work with a lot of schools in our country, and through the communities of teachers, through the social communities in the social networks, we are promoting this crowd mapping tool. What did the teachers? They just took it as a learning tool. The geography teachers or biology teachers, they used it in their lessons on their own initiative, and together with the students, they put the markers, and students, so they could do it at home. Most of them, as I know, did it at home together with their parents, with their families, and at the lessons they explained, so why did they do so, and they suggested their solutions. Also, this tool enables the users to put their solutions and remarks next to their markers. So this tool worked, as I said, in both ways, as a tool for public engagement and as a tool for learning. On this slide, you can see the number of markers, and these are three the most like popular topics on our crowd mapping. It is about the temperature and about the air quality. But as you see, so maybe it's just about our region in Belarus, I don't know, but people put more positive markers than negative. That was also a topic for discussion at one of our discussion climate clubs. Why people do think so? Is it really our city so green and there are no other problems? Or is it just people want to show the positive sides of our city? But from the other side, so the other stakeholders told us that this could be used, for example, for sustainable tourism, and to show people from other cities how good our city is and where they can have a rest, for example. So doing so promoting crowd mapping and making some official public activities, we came to this step where we realized that our early career teachers and the high school students have to be educated in order to bring awareness about the crowd mapping tool and about the climate issues into the local communities, to be so kind of multipliers. So together with the trainers from non-formal education, we developed the climate workshops for them. So where they worked with the case studies, with best practices from our Terrifica project, they had discussions, they participated in creathons, where they pitched their ideas and developed project plans. So there were like not steps, but three main phases, let's say, in these climate workshops, where they raised awareness, the participants, they built opinions, where they really recognized that there are different ideas and different values about the climate change. Not all the people recognize it as a problem, really, and it is a majority of them who think that the climate change it's not a problem for our country. And in these discussions, they learned to listen each other, they learned to protect their opinions, and then they created the project ideas, as I said. At step 2, our graduates for the climate workshops, they went into the community and organized all kinds of outreach activities in order to work with people from the communities. Yes. At this step, we had a COVID, and it didn't work really as we have planned to, because we have planned lots of quests, so street festivals, city guides, so climate strikes. I have put here climate strikes, but actually in Minsk, it's not so easy to organize a climate strike. But nevertheless, we tried to do some of them online and in a smaller communities. We didn't have so really strict rules about not gathering together in Minsk. And in smaller communities at schools, together with parents, we still managed to do these outreach activities. And the step 3 was when our multipliers were already able to make the climate workshops for children in the schools. Children aged 12, 13, which were resulted in local hotspot projects. What was the main important here, that they, together with the students, together with the children, they learned how to explain it in a really plain and clear language about such important topics as climate change, and how to explain it, for example, for seniors and for people who are ignorant to this topic. Later, together with, well, I don't know. Yes, it works. And later, together with the participants of the second climate workshops, I mean with these 12, 13 years, they developed a guide for climate beginners, which has 5 main steps. So actually, am I okay with my timing? Do I still have?
We are a little bit running out of time, so if you could maybe come to the end.
Yeah, sorry. So okay, then this short guide, which is out of 5 steps, it's about participating at local level. So just mapping or crowd mapping, raising awareness in a smaller, very small communities, then learning and inviting stakeholders from academia, business, and other entities, discussing and co-creating together with them, and empowering for action, so the environment, the local communities who are around you. So sorry for being too long this time, but I think it was useful for you, and I'm waiting for your questions.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Kate. It was very interesting and also related to food, because climate is related to food, and also the SDGs are related to food. And by the way, there is also a European project where ISEKI is participating. It's a knowledge alliance on implementation of the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, into the food sector. So what can be done to achieve these goals in the food sector? So if you're interested, Food.ini would be the right person to get in contact with. Yeah. But nevertheless, we will take the time for 1 or 2 questions and then come to the teachers if there are questions. Food.ini?
Yes, there is a question. Even though sustainability issues are of a great importance, widely recognized as such, why do you believe that it is not a common subject of discussion in school classrooms?
Sorry, I think I didn't get the question.
So, because sustainability issues are very important, and why do you believe, in your opinion, why this is not a subject of discussion in the school classrooms? Why they don't discuss about it in schools?
First of all, it's our experience. It's experience of Belarus, and we don't have the sustainability in our curricula. So it's not a topic. What we are talking about, it's more ecological education, and sustainability, it's more about involving so different issues. And mostly we are working within non-formal education. But who are the agents of our non-formal education? They are the same teachers. So it's not, I don't think really that it's not a topic for a school class. It is. But the circumstances are now that the non-formal the non-formal conditions are better for this topic, because the project-based learning so requires these non-formal settings, and they are really much, in my opinion, these projects are much better and have the better results when the students are not strict in the class. So I absolutely agree that in other countries there are other conditions and other possibilities, but for us now it looks like this.
So,
thank you. Yes, there is also another question. If you think that more projects about food awareness and sustainability are needed, or do people are not interested in these subjects?
Yeah, I absolutely think that people are interested. People will be interested as soon as they will see their own interest into it. Yeah, when we really, as I said, we can start with the values of people, what is important for them, and they will find the topic, so the problem in their environment that is important. And I think the food, that is what touches every one of us, and as soon as we will start with their own problems and talk about the food awareness, it could be a topic for learning.
There is also one short question more. I hope it's the last one. How did you measure the impact of learning?
Well, so as soon as we are in a non-formal education, we don't have the obligations to measure it in some marks or so on. But through our projects, and as I said, we work with the competences of our children. We can see how they have been at the beginning, and how good, for example, they can discuss and so protect their opinions at the end of the project, how good they can respect each other. So these abilities we like check at the beginning and we check in the end. So through our discussions, through various collaboration activities, and this is what we can use for further activities. And it goes just as a qualitative measurements, no more, because I don't think that we really need some other instruments for measurement.
okay, thank you very much, Kate, for the presentation, and also the participants for asking questions. But I think we have to continue now. If there are further questions, it's always possible to put it in the question box, and maybe we can answer this in the QA section at the end. Now we are moving to a part which is, I think, most of interest from the participants, to get some insight in the different situations in the different countries about the food awareness and the possibilities, what is done to raise the awareness for the school children in the different countries. We have now teachers from Poland, from Greece, and from Austria, and I would like that those teachers open their camera now, and maybe we will start with Poland. And I would like to ask first Martina.
No, Gerard, with Greece we start. Martina.
With Greece, yeah, sorry. Yeah, Martina Balabiku, sorry for the pronouncing. Maybe you could give us some information about your situation. We cannot hear you, Martina.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm really happy that I will share my experience with you. I'm Martina Balabeku, and I'm a science teacher at Duka School. I'm going to present how I used some of the food-aware educational material in my biology class in the first grade of junior high school. As you can see in the table, there are some of the learning objectives from the national curriculum in biology that deal with the human nutrition. So these learning objectives can be related with the food-aware educational material. I used Module 2 in class after students related the types of nutrients and their role for the human body. During the discussion of Module 2, students had the chance to talk about how local food production benefits the consumer of the food, but also local producers. Students showed great interest in sharing stories about food that is locally produced in different places in Greece. Students also talked about seasonality. We searched the seasonality of food in different places in Greece and how this affects the food we eat in different times of the year. In this discussion, the comics were very useful and the students loved it. They worked in groups and each group said the story they thought the comics presented. The material gave my class an opportunity to discuss with examples how the food they eat depend on the season and on the place they live. And it was a great opportunity to go beyond the nutrients that each food has and realize other things that are also important in our nutrition. During the knowledge test, students were able to choose the healthiest option. They challenged each other and we were able to discuss and compare their attitudes and food choices. I plan to show to students the educational material of Module 3 and 4 after we discuss the importance of a balanced diet and the main characteristics of the Mediterranean diet. Due to COVID-19 regulations, I think that the challenge of reducing food waste in their homes as an activity will attract their attention. But also we will have the time to talk about the process which brings food to their houses. I think the educational material helped my class discuss the importance of food in a wider context, and it helped students decentralize knowledge, dealing not only with the scientific definitions that the textbook provides, but also link it with socioeconomic and geographical factors. As a science teacher, in Greece we are teaching remotely due to COVID-19 lockdown. I enjoyed having access in online educational material that is accompanied with online puzzles and quizzes that engage students in interactive games. Also, when I told my students that we use a material that is also available in schools around Europe, they felt happy and intrigued. And I feel that this is a step in creating a global culture of unity by using the same materials in our schools. My future plans are to use some of the educational material in an extra project in my STEM class in the 3rd grade of junior high school in order to investigate the questions: what is the impact of food waste in climate change, and is there anything we can do in order to engage students to reduce food waste when we get back safely in our school? Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Martina. So you used already the materials from this project?
From Module 2, yes.
Yeah, okay. Are there any questions maybe from the participants?
No, not yet.
No. So maybe then
after the presentation from everyone. Yeah.
Yeah. We can continue with Maria Liberi.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm very glad to see you again, even though it is an online conference under these circumstances that prevent us from meeting face to face. I am very proud of being a member of Food Aware team, and I want to thank you all of you. As a PE teacher in Duka School and Deputy Head of the Department of Physical Education, I would like to share with you our point of view about food-aware material. Millions of students attend schools that don't match their expectations. Yet a lot of schools are organized to be lecture-based. In Duca School, we prefer problem-based learning in order to reach deep learning goals. According to modern theories, we build strong learning communities that promote inspiration, engagement, collaboration, and activate students towards meaningful educational experiences, focus on solving problems together, and work on real-life challenges. But what about food-aware projects? With comics, posters, video, and activity sheets, students have opportunities to be creative, to display their learnings in different ways, to exchange ideas and collaborate with others. Students are allowed to think critically and communicate their ideas effectively. And generally, all the material offers students the opportunity, if properly introduced in the classroom, to cultivate awareness on how to be responsible citizens. In Duca School, our program Ensomati has an holistic approach as well. Ensomati program required a series of changes in the school's curricula, teachers and administrative staff training, operations, use of facilities outside the school hours. Its targets are to develop a health policy, improve the nutritional lifestyle of our students, promote physical activity. And Ensomati program, after 7 years of implementation, has been proved to be successful in all areas of intervention and has inspired other activities within the school community. So, having the experience of running an Ensomati program, we realized that there are some common essential elements between the two projects. Both Ensomati and Food Aware have adopted a holistic approach. Students have more control over their own learning and processes involved. Thank you for your attention and wish you all the best.
Thank you, Maria. I think we continue now with all the lecturers, teachers, and then afterwards we can have some questions. So maybe we continue now with Dorota from Poland.
Hello, my name is Dorota and I'm a linguistic teacher, but also a counselor. So I just visit a couple of schools from time to time and have like wider view on the subject. So first of all, I do not have any presentation, but I hope I will share with you my experiences and the knowledge about the Polish system. So I agree totally with the issues that were raised by Kate. I think that's also the case of Poland because we have something that is called National Strategy of Educational, Ecological Education. And that's more about, you know, ecology, well, knowing about the nature and this kind of issues. We do not have these specific issues that are covered in the curriculum, in the official curriculum. So that's why I mentioned that I agree fully that this is a kind of cross-curricular subject, and this is the kind of cross-curricular topic. And we try to deal with it in a different way. Since it is cross-curricular, we try to cooperate with non-formal organizations or formal organizations as well. So there are strategic relations that are set up between the schools usually and national agencies or some non-governmental organizations. As far as national agency, what I think about here is the national organization that is called National Forests. Although it sounds so, you know, not that ecologically specified, but they do really, really beautiful and nice workshops in their educational settings. So usually it is like this, that the school arranges this kind of relation with this agency, and the students go with the teacher outside of the school and they have this education over there, and there are a majority of subjects that are covered there. that are covered during such workshops. There is also something about awareness of food, food awareness, but it's not a huge subject, to be honest. So my observation is also that we have to, since this is this cross-curriculum subject, we should concentrate on professional learning communities within schools. So in fact, it will be more, well, it will be easier if teachers of different subjects like biology, chemistry, geography, physics, and also history, society, and arts and crafts as well, cooperate together and somehow deliver like cross-curriculum projects. And sometimes it happens. What is also very important to be mentioned is also the fact that there are different methods of delivery of the knowledge and of, well, bringing up skills. And what I would like to say is that we commonly see it in Poland, that role modeling is very important. So in fact, although we do not have this particular subject in our curriculum as far as preschools, for instance, and kindergartens, teachers try to show that it is important through their attitudes and what they are trying to promote, yes? So for instance, these are very simple solutions that they have, like, well, it's obvious that children have birthday at the preschools or kindergarten. So from a couple of years, teachers try to encourage parents to give healthy snacks, for instance, for these kind of parties. Before, it's not that usual and it was not that obvious. So I think that these are really little steps that are taking, that teachers are taking, but this is more like teachers' attitudes and teachers' personalities and the view of issues rather than the curricula itself. Yes. So these are the facts that I wanted to mention, and I think that's it. I think that this could be the most important issues. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Okay, thank you, Dorota. And maybe we can continue now with Austria and with Kristen. As far as I know, she is an English teacher and looking for material for her children.
Yes, so I am an American who's lived in Austria now for 13 years, and I teach in an Austrian public school that's also bilingual. So I'm actually a native English teacher. Our school is located close to the United Nations here in Vienna, so I have lots of international children in my class. In my class of 25, there's about 16 different nationalities represented. We try to do some things about food. For us, we're water school. It means the children, when they come in first grade, they get a free water bottle purchased by the city of Vienna, and they're supposed to use that water bottle, and it promotes them to bring water. They're not supposed to bring anything else to the school to try to make sure that the children are drinking water. We also, as Dorota said, tell the children they should bring healthy snacks. The other children within the classes tend to be more critical of that amongst their peers than us teachers are, which makes our job easier, of course. The other thing that we do within our bilingual classes, there's one class at each of the 4 primary school levels that are bilingual, and once a year, with the exception of this year because of COVID, we do what we call a food for fitness, where the kids bring in, we make a huge buffet for 100 children, and the parents help provide, everybody brings in a little bit of something, and we have a day where we focus on what is healthy food, what are the things in the different food groups that we can eat that are healthy. The interesting thing for me, I actually haven't known about Food Aware for very long. I just learned about it in September, and I'm really curious. I've looked on the website, and I think that the material looks really interesting. Our teaching style is also very open learning, and I'm really excited to use the comics and the posters with my children to start conversations. As things come up with climate change and, you know, if somebody sees children throw food away, we make a big deal about if they don't like the cupcake, take it home and see if mom, dad, brother, or sister would like to have it instead of throwing it away. So some of the things on there we talk about, but I'm really curious to see what the comics and posters presented to my children, the different topics and conversations that we come up with even at the primary school level. Of course, it's different than at the secondary school level, but really curious. They are still very opinionated and will, I'm sure, be able to give lots of insight as to their opinions to the different topics. Thank you very much for asking me to present.
Thank you very much, Kristen, and I hope you can make use of the material which will be presented later on. But now maybe we can ask Moritz about his experiences. I think he has also some information for you how to share these materials, at least in Austria. Moritz?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share some thoughts on the teaching materials. I teach at a secondary school with an ecological focus, and our students are between 10 and 15 years old, mostly from rather challenging backgrounds. I teach math, physics, chemistry, and sports there, and I'm really happy with your contents and teaching materials because they raise important issues, and I think we can work quite well with them. To give you an example, how would I use the materials? I would use them in subjects as geography, math, chemistry. We also have nutrition, and we have special ecological project weeks. So your materials perfectly fit our agendas. And for instance, in geography, I would start a discussion concerning the topic of food production chains with co-creating a discussion of what means local or what means regional production and consumption of foods. Because discussing those concepts in the beginning and co-creating what students mean when they hear local or regional, to me is a quite important thing, because those terms are quite widely used in daily contexts. Like if you go in the supermarket, there are lots of so-called local or regional foods. But what we mean by local and regional consumption is something connected to values, which has been raised before. And we have to make those values and the benefits we think they might have, we have to make them explicit, I think, and we can do this when we discuss it with the students. And therefore, I like the idea of using the posters, comics, and videos you produced, because when students start to look for words, how to describe the posters, for instance, or the comics, we might easily flow into discussions about the concept, about the values they have, and so we easily get right into the middle of those important issues, I think. So your materials are a great introduction and a great spark for discussion, I think. Then I also thought about some suggestions, what would be interesting to me in further developments. I tested some of your knowledge tests, quizzes, and puzzles, and many of my students are rather visual learners, and I think they would appreciate some pictures in the knowledge tests and quizzes, because they really get to know things better and can memorize them better when they have pictures in mind. And another thought I had is that it would be great if you could integrate your really great contents in also already existing learning environments and tools like Kahoot, for instance. It's a widely known quiz app many of my colleagues use, and I think they use them in other countries as well. And I think with using existing tools, you can at least double or triple your reach, because many teachers and students already know these learning environments, and maybe you can reach even more people. And the last point I want to raise is, especially during the Corona learning experience I had the last couple of months, the smartphone was becoming more and more important. So we are always happy as teachers when the contents are optimized for smartphones. So our children can use them because many of them don't have laptops, tablets, or any other technical equipment at home, and they are their only chance to participate is the smartphone. So the materials should be optimized for that. Those are the main points I wanted to raise, and I want to thank you again for having the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Moritz, sharing these experiences. May I suggest, so if any one of you has experiences with these tools, as you mentioned, maybe you can share it with us and we can then provide maybe the links on the project website.
Okay, I will try to develop something.
Yeah. So maybe there are some questions now from the audience.
Yes, there are many comments which thank you for your interesting experiences. And there is one interesting question that says, do you think that the strict alignment with the national curriculum, which is evident in most European countries, is a factor that disencourages the realization of such cross-curriculum projects, so to implement materials which are not in the curriculum? I don't know who would like to answer.
Well, I would say that they are not directly in the curriculum, but in fact you can find indirect things that are in Poland, at least, that are linked to that. So it is only the willingness of the teacher whether he or she would like to implement it or not. But the problem is, like, you know, the teacher has 45 minutes and he has the curriculum, he has the set of curriculum, and he has to just go for curriculum, and that's the most important thing for him or for her. So that's why I see it more like project-based learning within a group of teachers, I would say, for special occasions, like you mentioned. Yeah, you mentioned the special occasion, like there is a global week of food awareness or anything like that. Yes, some festivities that we have, or parents or community feast, festivities of community or something. So this is like something that could be a trigger for a kind of project that could be developed, not for a specific subject, I guess, because that will discourage teachers, because they have really short amount of time to catch up with all the things that are in the curriculum.
Sorry, go ahead, Mark.
No, Kristen, go ahead. No, please, Kristen, go.
And I mean, at the primary level, of course, I think it's really important to use cross-curricular activities and try to include science and social studies and history topics as you're doing math and writing. Our children do a lot of writing, and I know using the poster as a topic first and then sending the children back and saying, okay, write about what it's like in your family. When you hear this, the things that we've been talking about, go back and write about the things that you do well, the things that you think you could do better. What are the things that we've talked about today that you would like to tell your parents, talk with your parents about? And I think that children, giving the children the opportunity to take a rather science topic and write about it, it gives you, in my case as a primary teacher, I have the children for 4 hours. So it allows me to take an hour and a half and I call it a science and a writing lesson. And we've had enough time to talk about it and write about it. Of course, at the primary level, it's a little bit different because I have the flexibility and have the children in my room for a longer amount of time. But I think incorporating writing and math in with science and social studies and history topics is really important to make sure that we reach the kids at at a more wide variety of areas.
Yeah, I wanted to mention another aspect because I think it's quite important how work is organized at your school. You can do everything on your own as a teacher, or as it is common in my school, we work with teams in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grades. And if you co-create the lessons with your teammates, with the other teachers, you can do this cross-curricular things. If you do it on your own, it will be quite hard to get it done in 45 or 50 minutes. And so the structure of work and your daily working routines are quite important, I think.
Can I add something also?
Sure.
I want to add that this is a matter of perspective. If we think that we can provide our students with more scientific literacy skills, teachers look for introducing subjects like this, even if they are not strictly in the curriculum.
So something else wants to add? Anything? Or maybe are there other questions? I cannot see the questions, Fotini. I don't know why.
Yes, but I'm taking care of it.
Okay.
But there are no other questions currently.
Okay. So as we are already late in time, so I would like to thank you for all the contributions, and we are going now to demonstrate the materials which have been developed during this project, and maybe we can have also some other questions or specific questions to those materials. So for that, I would like now to invite the first presenter. It will be Dorota, yeah, about local food production. So you can share your screen.
Mm-hmm. Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so we start with the first module, which is called local food production. And so this is basically the content that is uploaded on our website and that can be used by teachers. So we'll go quickly through it. And what this version that I'm going to show you here is a little bit shorter than the one that is available on the website. But this is because of the fact that we do not have so much time to discuss it more in depth. But everything is available there. Later on, while presenting activities, I will show you where to find this specific material. All right, so what is going to be delivered through this presentation? This is the overview. There are 7 points that I'm going to cover through the presentation. We'll start from what is local food production and with high impact of food production on the environment. You will be guided during these slides with the numbers, so you will know basically at every point where are we and what are we going to discuss. What is very important, we tried to implement in every module. We started with the definition, because we think that it's very important to have the agreed terms. Yes, in order to have the discussion, we all have to know what does the issue mean for all of us, yes, for all participants of the discussion. So as far as local food, we have the definition here. Of course, some nice pictures that are really eye-catching. So local food is nutrients that are grown, produced near your home on local farms. And the very basic information, which is obvious for us all, but needs to be mentioned in order to then go for discussion and perhaps solve some projects, solve some problems with students, is that the human body is adapted to eat food from either plants or animals. Yes, that seems to be obvious, but needs to be mentioned, I guess. Okay, the next slide. So this is the definition again, locally grown. What does it mean, locally grown? It means that food and other agricultural products are grown, produced, processed, and sold within a certain area. In the materials, you have mentioned the concrete amount of kilometers, for instance, that is used to describe this local area. In different countries, there are different amounts of kilometers that you take into consideration. Locally grown, produced food can be obviously fruits, vegetables, seafoods, dairy products, processed food, cereals, grain, honey. What is seasonality and why is it important? There is a nice picture showing these 4 seasons of the year and the products that are connected with these seasons. So seasonality of food means that there are periods of the year when a given type of food is at its peak. So either in terms of harvest or its flavor. We also say, what are the benefits of eating seasonally? Because not many students are really aware of that issue. And so we mentioned here about the fact that you know that food grown closer to you, so it doesn't spoil during transport, has less preservatives, chemicals, crops and harvested at the peak of the freshness to ensure dense nutrient content. You support local agriculture, and this is very important because nowadays everybody is talking about the economy, the local economy, and supporting local enterprises, but also it is important to support local agriculture and farmers because they support us with food. You also care about environment, which is less damaged. Your diet includes a wider range of foods that are easier for your body to absorb. You save the money, and that's the very important for some people. For some people, that's the very important issue, and I think it has to be emphasized here. You save the money because seasonal food is much cheaper to produce and often cheaper to buy when they are in season as well. Okay, it is food without hormone injections or crop engineering to improve the structure and best before date. Nutrients in local products start to deplenish once they are harvested, so it is better when the distance from farm to your plate is short. So that's what we mentioned on the previous slide. Less pesticides and preservation substances, that's what we mentioned as well. Short farm to table time lapse. Yes, so that seems to be obvious. In this material, of course, you have also the issues, what is local food system, and you can see here that in the process there are elements of this local food system: production, processing, storing, consumption, and waste disposal. Okay, what are advantages? What are the advantages? We said about benefits, and there are some advantages that needs to be underlined one more time. So less pesticides, more local food producers than large scale choose to use natural organic techniques to preserve the health of the food they distribute. Preservative-free local food does not require a long distance to be transported across the country until they reach their final destination. So food does not need to preserve for long periods of time. Improved nutrition, local food has more nutrient content because the crop is harvested, then the products are ripened. So ripe, fresh products hit the market, and seasonally eating. So that's what we mentioned before. And what is very important also, it supports diet-related conditions. So people who have sensitive body or health problems, they are more likely to be healthy and do not have problems if they eat seasonal food and food that comes from the market, from a local market. So that's very important issue. And as far as we have so many allergies right now and people are experiencing so many problems with diets, I think it's really worth mentioning and underlining that this kind of diet supports the healthy conditions. It encourages eating a well-balanced diet. Local food contains more healthy proteins, vitamins, or other elements that improve your health and lifestyle. It improves food safety. It refers to a food's level of contamination risk. With imported food, it can pass through several different hands before it reaches your kitchen. And that seems to be very important also nowadays. So these are a couple of examples of this kind of food. So we have organic agriculture here, organic banana farm in Ecuador. As you can see, local production of dairy products from goats, sheep, cow's milk and oil. This is, for instance, an olive products by Consortium of Umbria. DOP olive oil producers in Italy. Ecological farm near Warsaw, Ludwik Meilert, Gospodarstwo Rolne, where you can find delicious local fruits and vegetables. And at last, the communal cooperative Szadlak produces flour and bread. So these were the examples. So it is possible to have it, and in many countries there are local producers that deliver this kind of food, produce and deliver. And what about high impact? Well, you can see on this slide that there are a couple of issues that have to be raised: climate change, air pollution, industrial sites. Waste dumping, chemicals exposure, water safety, transit justice, and lead poisoning. And this is again just to remember that this impact is also, okay, the impact is in its good perspective as well, yes? So it needs to be repeated all the time that it supports diet-related conditions, encourages eating a well-balanced diet and improves food safety. And I think this would be for now as this module. As I said previously, it is available on the website, so whenever you wish, you can just upload it or just use it online. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dorota, for sharing this information on this module. Futini, are there any questions to this?
No, currently there are no questions. So I would say maybe we proceed to the next one.
Okay, then I would like to invite Diana Nitu from Propel in Belgium to present the module on food chain.
Okay, hello. Can everybody see me and my screen?
Yes.
Yes, but you should go in presentation mode.
Sorry, 1 second. Okay. Is everything fine now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, perfect. So, hello, I am Diana. I am from Propel, and I will be explaining the food supply chain module. Now, as with all the other modules, this one will come with one PowerPoint presentation, one syllabus in a PDF format, and then the teaching aids which will accompany it will be one comic, one poster, and one activity sheets. And these will all be on our training platform, and they will also be presented later on. Now, the food supply chain module As you'll see in the following module, we do teach children about food waste, and we teach them about food waste at different levels of the food chain. So we thought before that it would be more important to first teach them what the journey that their food takes is, and the steps that they goes through to get to their plate, and also why these steps are important. So the topics that this module focuses on is the farm to fork journey. As I said, it explains the need and importance of each step. It will also have a brief introduction to the EU safety regulations. And we are aware that the target group for our materials is quite young, so we kept the language levels at a basic minimum, whereas we explained it more in depth in the PDFs. So then it is up to the teachers to decide how they think will be most effective to explain this information and to convey it to the children. We also touched upon labeling and traceability and the difference between the two. So labeling what the food contains, whereas traceability is more where the food comes from. And then we kind of followed up on the first module, and we just talked about local versus imported food. And then once again, kind of reminded them why it's important to support local grown food and to support your local community. So now I will go quickly through our PowerPoint, and then also go quickly for our PDF, just so you can see the difference between the two and the difference in information and presentation. And I'll try to keep it short so we can be on time. So here we go. So the 6 topics: the food chain, introduction to farming, food production in Europe and elsewhere, short food supply chain and buying locally, traceability and labeling and traceability, and fair prices for farmers. So as we see before, the first step is farm, then it goes to processing, then it goes to transport, to distributors, to retailers, and then finally in our houses. And then again, so as I said, it goes step by step so we can understand the importance of each step. So at the farm, it kind of explains to them the difference between local foods and imported foods. So why some foods have to be imported, why you can't be grown, and then why some food products can be grown locally. Again, the benefits of local food. So it spends less time in transport, there's less needs for pesticides, and then it maintains its freshness. Then we have processing. So again, why is processing necessary? Some people do see processing as meaning chemicals and damaging to the products, which is not necessarily true. It just means the methods in which each food product is taken care of to maintain its freshness, its taste, and all the good things it has. So things such as heating or maybe drying it, additives, or smoking it, like smoked ham. And then we also explained the results which are aimed with these processes, which is to maintain freshness, nutrition, convenience, to give us a variety of different products and to keep them affordable. So transport, the more we outsource food, the bigger the role transport plays in. And transport is very important because during transport, a lot of food is wasted, which we'll see later, which is why it is essential that the transport conditions are appropriate to the type of product that it goes. So the temperature needs to be regulated, the humidity, the atmosphere, and the handling conditions. And improper storage can lead to cross-contamination or just wasted food, which again is what we're trying to prevent. Moving on to households. So to reduce food waste, it is our role as consumers to ensure that we maintain the quality of our food. So that depends on how we store it, the amount of food that we buy, making sure that we don't cross-contaminate between cooked and raw food, and just making sure that we use the most of the food products that we do buy instead of using a lot more than we should and then ending up throwing them away. This is just a brief introduction to farming, just to kind of emphasize the role of farmers and how essential they are to our everyday life. Without farmers, we don't have food basically, and then without food, we can't survive. I think if we cut it down to the basics, that would be it. And also, it's important that the role that farmers play is recognized and they are adequately rewarded for that, because a lot of farmers, they depend on farming as their only source of income. And then it's quite often that farmers get a lesser profit than the companies that do buy the products from them get. So again, as I said, just a brief EU safety regulations. So they focus on all steps of the food chain: feeding, production, food processing, storage, transport. And the aim of that is just to protect human life and our interests as consumers. There are certain agencies set in place to maintain that the food is to make sure that the food is safe, and also focuses on the quality of life for the animals and plant life. So not only the food products themselves, but also to make sure that cows, pigs, and all the animals that are used to provide meat or dairy are properly treated. And again, following up in the first module, local versus imported food, and benefits of local food again. So again, little to no pesticides, more considered use of the land, transparency, and as such. Labeling adjustability, so labeling any tag, brand, marked or printed on a container, and includes the ingredients, quality, nutritional value. And it's very important because it communicates to the consumers the nutritional values, what the products contain, especially, for example, in cases of allergies. It is very important that you know what you are eating. And as you can see here at the bottom, 10% of food waste is due to label marking. So it's important to know the best before and use by date. And I think at the Polish Farm Advisory, we'll touch upon that later on. The GI labels. So again, local versus imported food. You can easily identify where the food comes from, which specific country. And then this is also important, not just to know the origin of the food, but also to know if there's an outbreak, kind of as it is at the moment with the pandemic. If something happens to a batch of products that are shipped, you can trace them back to their origin source and deal with that more easily. So, and then here we have some examples. So sheep tags, labels on oranges, labels on beef, cattle passport, and then here we have what each label shows. So the weight, the category, traceability code. Fair prices for farmers. Again, as I said, farming, the majority of the time, farming is their only source of income. And whereas trade processors and markets take the majority of profits, and farmers are not left with as much as they should deserve, given the amount of effort and the big role that they do play in producing our food. And that is the end of the PowerPoint presentation. And then I think to cut down on time, I'm just going to scroll through the PDF so we can just see what it looks like. Mm-hmm. So you have the food chain. So the description, a quick description, the learning outcomes, farm to fork journey, differences between local and imported, importance of farming, labeling and traceability, the activity. So as I said before, it will have one presentation and 3 additional videos. These videos are not ones that we have developed for the project, but rather is some that we found during our research for this module, and then I've added as additional aids, which will help better explain the concepts brought in this module. And then, so the structure of the PDF is that It will contain each slide of the PowerPoint and then go more in depth for each slide so that the user better understands the message that was meant to be sent with each slide, the information that is meant to be gathered. So this is kind of what it looks like. And then at the end, we have additional reference feedings. If the user is more interested, we have different sources. We wanted to make sure when doing the research that we avoid misinformation and that the sources that we do use are legit and that the information that they do contain is factually correct. So you're really careful about that. And then these are the free videos which are supporting this module. So food supply basic chain introduction, the impact of buying local food, and introduction to food and safety standards. So that is it from my part for the food chain module for now. And I'll probably see you later on for the resource efficiency module.
Thank you very much, Diana. I just want to add that some of these materials will be also available not only in English, but also in other languages, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Yes, so all of the materials, including the PDFs, the PowerPoints, the comics, and the activity sheets, they will all be translated. So they're originally in English, and they will be translated in Greek, German, Polish, and I'm not sure if I'm missing one other language.
French.
French. Yes, sorry, that is the language that we're translating it in. Yes. So Greek, Polish, German, and French.
Mm-hmm.
And they can all be found on our project website and our training platform, each on their own page, depending on the language that you go on.
Mm-hmm. And just to the topic of the food chain, I would like to mention that there is also a huge Horizon project on smart supply chains. And if you want to have more information on that, you can go to the ISEKI website and projects. You will find a link to the smart chain. And there's also a lot of material and innovations in short supply chains, so which you also could use maybe for teaching. Okay, thank you. Then we will. Are there any questions?
Yes, there is one question for you, Diana. To what group of age is dedicated the material?
The materials that we have developed, we developed them for primary school children. So I think this PowerPoint that I've shown was more text-based, but we try to keep our PowerPoints balanced with both images and text, so we can maintain their informative side, but also at the same time keep them engaging. So the way I think that we've developed these materials is that PowerPoints are more aimed towards the children, whereas the PDFs are more aimed towards the teachers. So of course, both can be edited by the teachers as they see appropriate, but the PDFs were meant to give the teachers more in-depth information and help them better understand what the PowerPoints are trying to convey. But the main target group of the materials, I would say, is primary school children. So we try to keep the language at a level that would be appropriate for that age group.
Thank you. And there is one question for Dorota. I don't know if we should ask now or we do it later.
No, we can ask now, maybe.
Okay. So Dorota, it's about your presentation. To what do you refer by transit justice, and to what lead poisoning do you think? What is the source of lead?
The source of lead, you meant, I will just open my presentation, my previous presentation. Okay, it was, one moment. Well, I guess it is explained more in depth in the material, in the PDF material. As Diana has said, there is a very well described material, so I think you will find this information in the material in here. I'm just looking here. Perhaps I will just try to answer at the end, okay? I will just look for it in the presentation. Will it be okay to wait
Yes.
a little bit and to
Yeah, no problem. Maybe you can answer later on, or you can also answer maybe in the chat box. But we can come back to this later.
I just wanted to quickly touch, because I saw in the chat, Mr. Ortegel, I hope I pronounced that right, has said that the materials would be suitable for secondary schools as well. And I believe that, yes, they would be. I think the materials could be suited for any age above primary if altered slightly, but we just wanted to make sure that we did hit the primary school children. We hit that target group. So that was our primary concern, that the English level and the information is educative enough, but at the same time is conveyed in a way that is appropriate for primary school children. And then, of course, if teachers want to use materials for secondary or even college, they can. We just wanted to make sure that first and foremost, we are targeting the primary school children.
Okay, thank you. Then maybe we move on to the next presentation about food waste, and I would like to ask Claudia Radkovska to present her this module. Claudia, are you? Yeah, okay.
Yes, hello. I'm not sure if you can see the presentation now.
Yes, perfect.
Yes, okay, great. Oops, I clicked something. Okay, so welcome everyone. My name is Claudia Radkovska. I am the project officer at the Polish Farm Advisory and Training Center, and I will now present one of our modules, which is food waste. So here in this slide, you can see the overview of the presentation. Each module has been divided into a few chapters to ease the acquirement of the knowledge. In my opinion, it is easier and more accessible to read shorter parts than a full consistent text with no dividers. Everywhere people ask, what can I actually do? The answer is as simple as it is disconcerting. We can, each of us, work to put our own inner house in order. So, as said above, the future is in our hands, and we are the change. And it is essential to remember that because if we don't change, nothing ever will. So now the first thing student should know before entering into this module, just as Dorota mentioned before, he or her should know the basic things about the module. So in this module, it is important to know the difference between food loss and food waste. So in a nutshell, food loss refers to food that is lost due to quantity or quality reasons. And food waste refers to the food that is left to spoil or expire due to human carelessness. As said on the previous slide, food loss refers to food that is lost due to quantity or quality reasons, and it cannot be reused, which is worth mentioning, as for instance, feed or seed. And if we limit and actually restrain the amount of lost food, it will surely have a positive impact on the environment and then on us. So here you can see the food supply chain. And the food supply chain refers to the process that describes how food from a farm ends up on our table in our household. And this food supply chain includes processing, transport, distribution, retail, and finally at-home consumption. So to explain the matter even better, you can see here a simple, short explanation of the food supply chain term. So to begin with the food supply chain, farm is the place where it all starts. As the first level of the food chain, I would think that it would be the healthiest and the purest parts of all, but already there food waste occurs. And so it has few flaws, including bad weather causing extra food production, or not picking some of the crops due to cosmetic imperfections. So the surplus food means the food that should become waste, but is being reused instead, and it may be used for animal feed, redistribution, or bio-based products. Now you can see processing, which is the second level of the food chain. One of the biggest advantages of that level is a longer shelf life of the products, but on the other hand, they have too much nutrition, salt and sugar, and a massive amount of waste is being produced on that level too. Here above listed are only a few examples of the ways in which food may be wasted during the third level of the food chain, which is transport. And these may be rejection by buyer due to cosmetic imperfections, improper transport conditions, and many more. And here are only some of them because the list is longer. So distributors are next, and they represent the fourth level of the food supply chain. And if they would serve smaller portions, narrow down their menu, and put a higher value on appropriate food storage, less food would be wasted. Then you have the list concerning food waste in the food service businesses. And it is, as you can see, pretty extensive, which should be a warning for us. So distribution and retail stages are no worse than the list next to them. But let's get a closer look on retail. So retail has probably the most examples on how the food is wasted on that stage. The fifth level of the food supply chain contributes to food being wasted because of overstocked food displays, outdated seasonal items, and cosmetic imperfections, among others. So even here you can see that cosmetic imperfections are a thing that is not actually that important, but it still occurs in nearly each level of the food supply chain. So retail trade is an industry sector comprised of establishments that purchase large quantities of products from manufacturers and then, without transforming the product, sell smaller quantities to consumers for profit. Now, last but not least, the sixth level of the food supply chain, households. And we may not be aware of that or simply not keep our mind on it, but we waste food by over-preparing, overbuying, and poor planning in context of shopping lists or weekly dinner menus. So now let's talk numbers. Most of us don't realize how much food we throw away every day. Around 94% of the food that we throw away ends up in landfills or is being burned in combustion facilities. Fortunately, there are still many ways to decrease food waste, and one of the best solutions is to keep a running list of our favorite ingredients, as well as a weekly dinner list or a shopping list. And if possible, it is good to buy food for the whole week, so it is not needed to do the shopping every few days, because if we do so, then we probably will use our car, which is not good for the environment. Also, I think most of us, when we go shopping, we add at least one additional thing to our cart, so I think it's not needed. So the list is long, as you can see, and it can be even longer. So after the conference, I invite you to think about other ways to decrease food waste, and think about how many of above mentioned points you follow in your everyday life, because you may be surprised how it goes. So here are some more numbers, but this time concerning food wasted in kilograms per person. So Belgium unfortunately has the highest rate of wasted food. Then there are better performance, which are UK and Poland. And finally, a true leader in good practice and with the least food wastage, Greece. Greeks seems to be the most thoughtful people in this aspect, as they only produce around 25% of Belgium's waste. And also, if you wonder why these particular countries have been chosen to be presented, they are the Food Aware Project Consortium countries. So now this picture shows food waste at each level of the food supply chain, as you can see. And we in our homes produce the most loss and waste of food. But fortunately, this issue gets more and more significant for our population. And we hope that by our project, people will become more aware and will try to reduce the water shortage, slower the climate change, and secure food supplies. Global food production can be split into three main categories, which are production losses, consumer waste, and consumption, which is the food that is eaten. If we split food supply into different food groups and divide by population, you can estimate what the average person on Earth consumes, losses, and wastes. So the map here shows that per person food loss in Europe, North America, and Oceania is around 280 up to 300 kilograms per year, while in North Africa, West and Central Asia, as well as Latin America, it is about 210 to 120 kilograms per year. Industrialized Asia's loss is around 240 kilograms per year. And in South and Southeast Asia, as well as Sub-Saharan Africa, it counts 120 up to 170 kilograms per year. So now you can see some more facts and figures, and it is interesting that less than 1/4 of the food wasted in the UK, US, and Europe could feed 1 billion hungry people. Also, even though many people die every day because they do not have fresh water, 25% of world's fresh water supply is used to grow food that is never eaten. It is also devastating that around 30% of food produced is wasted, while nearly 10% of the European Union population cannot afford a quality meal every other day. So what is as well worth mentioning are the expiration date, the use by date, and the best before. So the first one means that we should eat or at least froze the food before the date and before it becomes uneatable. And you may see the use by dates on, for example, fish or meat, eggs, milk, etc. And best before date, on the other hand, means that the food after that date is still edible, but it may just not have the best taste. So examples on the food referring to that phrase may be cheese, canned food, bread, pasta, or rice. So thank you for your attention. And before I finish, I wanted to remind you that also, as mentioned before, the module is accompanied by relevant educational materials such as activities, as well as the comics, posters, and an animation video, which are all available for free on the project platform. And all of them will be presented in the next session. And now, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. And in case that there are no questions, thank you once again, and see you in the next module.
Thank you very much, Claudia. I think because of the time, I think we'll move on with the program now and have the questions after these sessions before the break. So if you agree.
Okay, thank you.
So food waste, there's a lot to do, and I think also children can contribute a lot to that issue. So now I will come back to Diana, and she will present the module on resource efficiency. Diana, are you there?
Yeah. Hello.
Good.
So now we focus on resource efficiency. So this module will talk about the resources that go into producing the food that we eat, and therefore the resources that are going to waste when we ourselves waste food. And what we aim to do with this module is to teach children how valuable these resources are, and also how limited they are. So we want to teach them how to use them properly and avoid increasing the hunger problems that are existing that Claudia also just mentioned before. So just like the other modules, this will be comprised of one PowerPoint presentation, one syllabus in a PDF format, one comic, one poster, one activity sheet, and 3 assisting videos, which will be at the end of the syllabus. And so as I said, the main aim of this module is to understand the value of our resources. We will go over the difference between the natural resources that we have and man-made resources. And we will teach children how to take care, again, of our resources to make sure that we don't use them too fast, given that they are limited. And to teach them that, we'll also use the modules of sustainability and circular economy. And this is what we can see here on the right. So circular economy versus a linear economy. That will also be followed by the carbon footprint. So what is a carbon footprint? How we produce our own carbon footprint, the impact that we have with our carbon footprint on our environment. And we will do a small introduction on how to be a responsible consumer. And that we will go more in depth into that. Well, Claudia will go more in depth into that into the next module. So going on to the actual module presentation. So again, we see resource efficiency, the basic concept, sustainability, the basic concept, circular economy, your carbon footprint, potential consequences and climate implications, and the young responsible consumer. You have here, so resource efficiency, using the Earth's limited resources in a sustainable manner while minimizing impact on the environment. So creating more with less. So the difference here, we have the difference between technical or economic versus natural resources. So we have examples of the technical ones, and then we have examples of natural resources. So here we see water, surface area, so soil especially are the resources that do go into food production and are the resources that go to waste when edible food is thrown away. sustainability. So here we kind of we gave the definition of sustainability, and then we wanted to give an example of sustainability in agriculture. So intensive versus sustainable agriculture, and how that kind of helps the environment. The circular economy. Here to the right, we have a small animation. So with the circular economy, we're extending the life of a product by recycling, sharing, reusing, and that in turn reduce waste to a minimum. And it's more of it's circular. So we produce something, we reuse it, and then we use it for something else. Whereas the linear economy, we produce it, we use it, and then we throw it away. In turn, produces a lot more waste. In turn, affects negatively our environment, which is not good at all in all. So why should we use the circular economy? Our population, as we have seen for some years, is growing at a very fast pace, and our resources are quite limited. And especially given the fact that a lot of our resources are being wasted because the products that we produce using these resources are being wasted. So at some point, if we don't make sure that we use them at a normal pace, I would say, we risk running out of resources. We risk increasing the hunger problems, and therefore limiting our food options. So here we have another more basic diagram of the circular economy. Again, because our target group are primary school children, we wanted to keep it as simple as possible, but still teach them the important concepts. Here we move on to the carbon footprint. So we can see here, again, just like in the previous module, we chose the countries part of our project consortium. So we see the UK is quite high with 11.3%, and then we have Austria at the lowest, 1.9%. And then we have the carbon footprint and the difference between developing countries and industrialized countries. So in both, the carbon footprint is around 40%. However, it's at the level that is being produced. So in industrialized countries like ours, the majority of the carbon footprint is produced at the retail level and the consumer level, so at our level. And as we have seen before, we are responsible for 53%, I believe, of the food waste, which is more than half. Whereas in developing countries, the carbon footprint and the waste is produced during the harvest and processing level, which can be due to, again, cosmetic imperfections, weather changes, not using pesticides, bugs be eating the products and such. And as you can see here on the left, where retailers, homes, and shops, all in all, produce 70% of all food waste. And then if you take into account that homes produce 53%, then shops and restaurants would be around 20. So what does it mean to have a carbon footprint, and how does that in fact impact our environment? So food waste produces methanes. Methanes absorbs the Earth's atmosphere, and then that increases global warming. 70% of water is used in agriculture. So again, as I mentioned before, all the resources that go into producing food, a lot of them are going to waste, even though they're so precious and they're limited. We need to make sure that we use them properly and more efficiently. So again, if 1 kilogram of beef is thrown away, that equals around 50,000 liters of water being wasted. If 1 glass of milk is thrown away, that's 1,000 liters of water. And as you can see here, 1/3 of all land is used for agriculture. Here we can see a graph of your carbon footprint based on the type of food that you eat, so based on your diet. So meat, and especially beef, heavy beef diets produce a very high carbon footprint. All the meats are quite high, so we see beef, chicken, and pork, whereas eggs, milk, and wheat are quite low. And according to research, the best diet would be a Mediterranean one, so a mix between meat, fish, and dairy, and keep it all balanced to maintain your proteins, but at the same time lower your carbon footprint. So that was the PowerPoint. And then again, we have our PDF. I'm not going to go in depth here because we are quite low on time. So the introduction, the description, the learning outcomes, we have them here. The free videos and the exercises. And then we have the presentation with the videos at the end. This module actually does have only 2 videos, and then we have some reference readings here. So that was all for my part in the modules.
Thank you very much, Diana. I think we just move straight forward to the next presentation and then have the questions. So again, I would like to ask Claudia for the last presentation of this block on food consumption.
Of course, thank you. Can you see it?
Yes, good.
Okay. So welcome again, everyone. It hasn't been a long break. So now it is a pleasure to present you the last but not the least module, which is responsible food consumption. So again, this module is divided into 6 chapters as shown in the overview. So now the keyword or key phrase is a carbon footprint, which is the total greenhouse gas emissions caused by an individual, event, organization, service, or product. And greenhouse gases can be emitted through the production and consumption of food, manufactured goods, materials, wood, roads, buildings, transportation, and other services. The global average annual carbon footprint per person in the late 2010s was 0.7 tons of CO2 equivalents produced from food, 1.1 tons from households, 0.8 tons transport, and 0.8 tons from other sources. And if we focus on food, red meat increases the carbon footprint, thus vegetarians and vegans have the lowest footprints. Beef, as you could see on the previous slides, along with lamb, has one of the highest carbon footprints. And here on this slide, you can see statistics of the carbon footprint of one beef serving. So as you can see, Latin America has the highest emission of gases as well as the water use. And Europe has probably the best score of all continents because the water use, but the water use could still be decreased. And whether it's at home or within the work environment, proper food handling is important. So if the producers made their inventory more organized, where the products with the shortest dates to use by are placed at front and fresh products on the back, the chances of wasting food would be limited. And also, if these companies would keep track of the amount of food waste, they would see how much money they lose, and maybe that would make them realize how important it is to keep an order in their factories or just workplaces. So there are 3 different types of losses recorded along the food supply chain, and they are losses from the fields to point of sales, losses from at point of sales, and losses by the consumer at home and out of home. So this last stage specifically includes the edible food that becomes waste because it is simply not used by the final consumer, and the inedible scraps. So in this picture, you can see what are the 5 main reasons of food waste overall, and they are, among others, seasonality, poor transportation, and new product promotions. These mentioned reasons are generally valid in industrialized countries, and in developing countries, this stage of the supply chain is characterized by an almost complete lack of great inefficiency of wholesale distribution, and waste is therefore produced due to the characteristics of small, congested, and poorly hygienic markets, and inefficient, old, poorly functioning refrigeration and storage facilities. So, although more and more food is being produced, although more and more food is being produced, more than 800 million people in the world are still hungry, and in 30 years, as you can see, 2 billion people more will have to be fed. Nevertheless, 40% of the population over 18 years old is overweight, and as many as 2 billion people suffer from micronutrient deficiencies, and moreover, 1 out of every 3 people suffers from malnutrition. Here we would like to provide you with 3 good examples. A lifestyle on the move can come at a high price, not only for our pocket, but also for our planet. And this will result in various solutions to eliminate the waste of food. An example of that is an application, the first one on the slide, Too Good To Go. This is a free smartphone app that allows people to buy unsold food from the best eateries to prevent it being thrown away. With this app, people get quality food at a great price and do something good for the whole planet. Another example of positive solutions is the Dubai Nature Reserve, and this third one, Al Maha Desert, is a part of Dubai Nature Reserve. And Dubai Nature Reserve was established in 2004, and the aim of the creation was to reintroduce native fauna into the area and protect native plants from grazing, also animals like camels, goats, and donkeys. So they, instead of throwing food away that was not eaten, the resort finds a way to incorporate it into future meals. So, for example, they serve breakfast pastries as lunchtime desserts, but of course in another form. So not the same dish. The world's food system is really in a big trouble and will not improve without our help. 1/3 of the world's food supply is wasted. Forests are being cut down to get more food, and yet about 1 billion people are still starving. So here are some important facts about food waste that reflect what is happening with food today around the world. Food is lost or wasted throughout the supply chain, and food that is never eaten is also a waste of natural resources such as land, soil, seeds, water, energy, and other resources used to produce it. further increasing unnecessary greenhouse gas emissions, what Diana mentioned in her presentation. So the real ways to reduce food waste are not over-serving meals, eating leftovers, storing food in the right places, and many more. Thank you very much for your attention once again. That's all from me. And please keep in mind that this module also has dedicated activities, comic, and poster that will be presented shortly, along with an animated video. All of the listed materials are available for free on the project platform. So I would say if you have any question, please ask, but I think we will skip that and wait for it for later. So once again, thank you.
Claudia, thank you very much. We have seen now several presentations with facts which can be used for teaching. In the next block, you will see some amazing products like comics and posters and activity sheets and videos, and also you get some information on the training platform where you can find all the material, which was a question also. Foutini, do you see any questions? I don't see any questions at the moment.
Yeah, some people were asking if the modules and all the content is openly available. So we can say that it's available in our project website, and you will see in the next slot the most exciting part, I would say, of the materials, which are the comics and the activity sheets. But they are all openly available.
Yeah. But this how to get these materials, this will be presented in the next block. So
Yes.
with respect to time, I think we will just make maybe 5 minutes break just to grab a drink, a coffee or whatever, and then come back maybe in at 10 minutes to 5 for the next presentations. I know for the people in Asia, it's getting close to midnight, but if you go to sleep now, you will miss some very amazing presentations. So please stay for 1 hour more and enjoy the presentations. So we will keep the platform open so you can grab your coffee or drink or whatever you need, and then we will meet in 10 minutes to 5 again and start with the next block. Thank you very much. So I think everybody's still here, so we can slowly start with the next block. And I think the first one is Damon from Dundee, who is this institute is a specialist in preparing comics. So I think maybe Damon, you could start sharing your screen.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, and start with the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Gerard. Thank you everyone for the presentation so far. It's been really great to see. My name's Damon Herd, and I'm from the University of Dundee, and we've been involved in making the comics and the posters for this project. And I thought it would be interesting as a little bit of an introduction to share this slide. So recently, myself and partners at the university have written a paper on using comics for educational purposes and public information services, such as the Food Aware project. And we kind of developed the methodology which we call the Comics Jam. Dundee, which is the university, being the city being famous for making jam. So the Comics Jam, and this kind of shows you the process that we go through when we're doing a project such as this. And so this is an illustration by myself, kind of how we meet up with the partners and we have discussions with them, kind of take this experiences from lived experiences and working with scripts and artists, and then kind of go through iterations of these kind of processes to get to the final product. And the final product is, which we'll just introduce you in a moment. Just excuse me while I take a drink. So yeah, so I'm just about to move on to the comics, but I thought this was a good way for you to get a sense of the work that goes into these products. And from the department in the university that we've produced these is called Dundee Comics Creative Space. And it's a space for students of comics, but also artists who've graduated from university and who are making the comics. So just stop and I'll move on to the next one. So these, I'm now going to go through and show you the comics and the posters that we produced for this project. So the first one, and in order as we've gone through the modules already today, is the local food production comic. And that was a surprise. I thought they were going to come up one page at a time, but we're seeing 2 pages at a time, but that's fine. And so we're seeing here the introduction to the local food area and how we kind of get across the concepts of local food within the comics. And Rebecca Horner, the artist in these comics, she devised these 6 children who were used again and again throughout the comic. And they would be at school getting taught about these subjects, but also out in the world experiencing the events and the procedures that kind of come with each of the different training modules. So we can see in that first image, there's heads of the 6 children around the town that they live in. And then we have this kind of setting of the town and the countryside, seeing where the different foodstuffs, the different produce, animals, vegetables, seafood, all come from within the local community in the local area. So then we kind of see the process of how they get some of that food and what's done with it. So this example here we're using is fishing, and then the fishermen smoking the fish to preserve it and then being sold at market. And you can see that that's one of the school children that are here. Looking at their food in the market. And then we think about seasonality of food and the periods of the year when given type of food is at its peak, ready to eat and ripe, either in terms of harvest or its flavour. And we can see that each of 4 of the children from that Rebecca's devised in each of the seasons. And one of the great things about comics, and these comics particularly, I think, is that we can tell the story visually and with images but as well as words. But with these comics, we decided it would be better to not use language. There was a couple of things there we didn't need to translate it, but we thought that then that allowed the conversations that the children would have about each of the topics. And it was really great to hear some of the teacher comments earlier from Kristen Weigand and Moritz Ortegel about how these would flow into discussion with the children, and how and I loved the quote earlier about children being very opinionated, and so that they'll be happy to kind of discuss what these things are and the meaning behind them. So we can see the 4 seasons and the different seasonal foods that would be available within these seasons. And then we're thinking about seasonal food important for health and environment. Local food production on the left of the left-hand page, and international food production on the right. And the crops are harvested at the peak of their freshness to ensure dense nutrient content. Food grown closer to you so it doesn't spoil during transport, less preservative chemicals, and short farm-to-table time lapse, more natural and fresh products. And we can see the difference of the kind of crops being sprayed, the production being boxed up and packaged up and sent across oceans, as opposed to just being plucked and sent to the local markets. And again, on page 4, you can see the supporting the local agriculture and the farmers who choose to farm sustainably. And the diet includes a wider range of foods that are easier for your body to absorb. And again, we're kind of emphasizing the seasonal food here with the winter food and the summer food. And the money that can be saved if you buy food that's seasonal food is cheaper to produce, often cheaper to buy when they're in season as well, rather than importing these foods from other seasons around the world. And that was the first comic on local food production. And on the left here, you can see this is the poster, which is almost a summary of some of the things that we've covered in that comic. So we see the city and the town in the upper part of the picture, then the 4 seasons, and then emphasizing the seasonal food. And again, open to discussion, open to interpretation, and tools to kind of get school children talking. The next comic is the food chain comic. And here we see the children at school. So they're learning about the topics. And in this comic, they're learning about farming. So farmers are not just producing food, also growing natural fibers, which are used to make clothes. So they're finding out about different things that farmers will do. And family farming provides food to the family. It lowers the dependence on industrial farming. Farming provides food and jobs. We can see people turning up on the bus to kind of work at the farm. Hourly workers, seasonal workers, scientific researchers, and then different delivery and production. Then on to page 2 on the right, you can see examples of food from the EU, potatoes, cucumbers, tomatoes, peppers, apples, and then examples of food from the rest of the world. Things that maybe that are harder to grow, don't grow in the EU, or kind of have to be imported, things like avocado, pineapples, bananas. And we see local fruit being grown and harvested and then sold at the market. And again, we're seeing the children from the classroom coming in to kind of shop at the market. So different processing is necessary to preserve the food in an edible condition. Processing methods differ based on the needs of each food product. Can be examples included in this page. So for example, we have heating, cooling, sun drying, smoking, additives and spices and herbs, and pickling, all different ways to preserve food. So not necessarily, as we were talking about earlier, thinking about using chemicals and things, it's kind of natural kind of ways that the processing can be done. Then onto the transportation page and the next page, and we're kind of seeing transportation and logistics plays a more important role than ever in food supply chain, closing the gap between the manufacturers and the consumers. Third-party logistics providers, retailers, distribution centre, warehouses also held responsible for preventing potential food safety hazards such as cross-contamination, improper storage, inadequate storage and transportation temperatures. So it kind of opens up a discussion about the needs for the transportation. And then here we see the children at the shop again, demonstrating that consumers are playing their own critical role in the supply chain. And making sure that preventing contamination is a shared responsibility does not end once the food reaches the end consumer. Food is being washed, it's being prepared properly, and it's being fed and eaten. And we can see lots of excited people with their knives and forks in their hands. So hopefully, again, by using these school children to kind of provide the stories within the comics, it gives some relatability to the students that will be reading these comics and discussing them in their classes. Seeing people of similar age to them, looking a bit like them, but talking about the kind of topics that they want to be engaged with, or that we want them to be engaged with. The next page is touching on the EU food safety regulations, agencies set in place to make sure that food is safe. So obviously that's represented by someone with a clipboard. Focuses on animal and plant life quality, ensuring that the way that animals are raised is not inhumane and complies to standards. And that leads us on to labelling and traceability. Food labelling is an effective tool to protect consumer health in terms of food and safety and nutrition. So we see the fair trade mark, the sheep tag for traceability, best before dates, and also use by dates, and learning the difference about these things. I know that Rebecca had a lot of fun drawing really bacon that had gone off in that last panel and down there. And then the poster for this work, it has the different foods at the beginning that may be transported, and then it's kind of using that transportation poster as the main image, but with inset images of the different kind of information from this comic. So the next comic is food waste. And again, we see the children in the school and they're learning about the topic. And so they're getting some statistics and some facts. And here we can see the food waste at each level of the food chain. Farming and production, it's 11%, transport 19%, retail 5%, catering food services 12%, and their households 53% of the food waste. So looking at the farming and production, we see 11%. It's the extra food produced in case of pests and weather. Different examples of waste in each of the pictures. And not all food is harvested because of the pests and weather. And the price of the produce is lower than the cost of transport and labour. So again, reasons that kind of there might not be the money or the production going into it. Some of the harvested crops also do not pass quality tests. You can see this bottom panel, very good kind of disgruntled look on the person's face. And then again, looking at transportation and how that will be affected in waste, and might be improper transport conditions and rejection by the buyer due to cosmetic imperfections or and expiry dates. And catering food service. So this is a really good image. I think these two pages, because using a big image with lots of information at different parts of the page, maybe just images that the students can pore over and really kind of look for things, almost like a Where's Wally type thing, where they're looking at an image and trying to find the different things within it. So things that we might notice on page 4, the catering and food service waste, oversized portions, extensive menu choices, over preparation, improper storage, all-you-can-eat buffets, all these kind of things that contribute towards food waste. And similarly on the retail page, on the right-hand side, overstocked food displays, cosmetic imperfections, oversized packages, expiration dates, damaged goods, outdated seasonal items, over-purchasing of popular foods. So we see the oranges or the melons falling on the floor, bananas being placed in the freezers, all these kind of things happening, things spillages, all contributing towards food waste. And then households of food spoilage, over preparing, over buying, poor planning, all these things, ideas about having shopping lists and all these things that are useful to help prevent the wastage. And then we move on to more statistics and we see the food wasted by kilogram per person in European countries. And then comparing that globally by continent. So the image at the top has the the map pins giving the kind of kilograms per year, per head, per person. And we can see that the highest is Australia and the USA, and the lowest is it appears to be India, South Asia. And then in Europe, the statistics that we were talking about earlier as well. So what can we do? And some of these things I touched upon earlier, using shopping lists to better organize what food is needed, know the difference between the types of food expiration dates, store food appropriately, put new food in the back of the fridge, plan meals and cooking, use the leftovers and freeze food for later use. So this is, I think, one of the only places in all of the comics where we have one line in English, one line of dialogue, but it felt it was fairly straightforward that would be something that would be easily enough understood. And then again, the poster for this one on the right, which is highlighting the different areas in which the food waste percentages are and what attributes to them, and then a kind of at the end, good practice from the poster. The second last comic is the resource efficiency comic. So it's using Earth's limited resources in a sustainable manner while minimizing impacts on the environment. Natural resources in the first page, renewable, non-renewable raw materials, air, water, surface areas, soils with agriculture and forestry reutilization, biodiversity, species and ecological systems. Page 2 begins the discussion of the sustainability, the development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So it's kind of comparing intensive agriculture with water pollution, soil erosion, poor soil quality, etc., against sustainable agriculture on the bottom of the page, which is kind of minimize water use, minimize tillage of soil, higher soil quality, lower dependence on chemical pesticides and fertilizers. And then page 3 on the right introduces the circular economy. So the basic example of circular economy in agriculture, cow produces manure, which is then used for crops. After the crops grow, some of them are eaten again by the cow, and kind of it's emphasizing this circular economy. Extending the life of a product by sharing, leasing, reusing, repairing, and recycling the materials. Reducing waste to a minimum by reusing materials of an expired product in other areas. And this is versus the take, make, consume, throw away economy. And again, we see the children from the school classrooms on each of the pages, leading the kind of readers through these stories and information. And here we can emphasize the carbon footprint. So 70% of food waste comes from household, food service, and retail. You can see the icons we've used in the other comics. And then the kilograms of CO2 per 1,000 dietary calories. So again, emphasizing that the red meat is very high, vegetarian and vegan diets are much lower. And then page 5, the last page in this comic, so talking about food waste and landfills producing methane. Methane is absorbed into the Earth's atmosphere and causes global warming and climate change. And 70% of the water used in the world goes to agriculture. And thinking about the water that we're wasting when we're wasting food as well. So that's that 1 kilogram of beef thrown away, equaling 50,000 litres of water. And 1 glass of milk wasted is equal to 1,000 litres of water that's been wasted, the water that would be used in the production of these kind of foodstuffs. And so the poster for this one is emphasizing the kind of different resources that the planet has, and then emphasizing in the middle of it the circular economy and the ways that we can use things like the circular economy to sustain the planet. So the final comic is the responsible food consumption comic. And here we see the carbon footprint page on the left, And so the different foodstuffs have their color coding, which is the same as in the PowerPoint presentations. And so we have the drinks, the snacks and sugar, oils, fruits, vegetables, cereals, breads, etc. Chicken, fish, pork, beef, lamb. And then the plates have got very detailed drawings of different diets. So the one on the left in front of the chap with the green t-shirt is very meaty. So there's bacon, there's beef burgers, there's fish, there's sausages. And you can see the proportions of the diet going by the color codes. Then as we move around the table, slightly less meat and higher carbon footprint items in each plate as we go around, and to the vegetarian and vegan towards the right hand side of the table. And page 2, see the 1/3 of food waste comes from production processes, 1/5 is from households, and we're seeing demonstrations of where this waste comes from in these images. So main reasons for saying food waste in production could be the wrong order, a suboptimal storage, poor inventory management, human error, and then we're seeing the poor storage and food going off and then contributing to that food waste into landfill. And one of the great things about comics, I think, is how the icons and shorthand we use to present information. So someone is shocked with someone dropping some food, so we see the exclamation mark. Someone else is disgusted at this rotten cauliflower, I think. So we see this skull because the cauliflower is dead and past its best. So these little icons that are used and we're kind of shorthand that people can understand. So thinking about why we're thinking about these ideas and why we're thinking about waste and food and how we're able to sustain food. So obviously one of the main reasons is the population growth. So the population in 2020 is around 7 billion. By 2050, it's estimated to raise by 2 billion people. So that's within 30 years. So many mouths to feed on this planet. The next page is kind of looking at the domestic issues with food waste. Why might there be food waste involved? So things like food that's slightly past its best, maybe potatoes that have started sprouting, still edible, but not nice to look at and people might throw away. Also kind of ugly food, making food that portions that are too big, so people can't finish their meals and these are getting thrown away. But we have positive examples as well. So for instance, we might have a bakery that sells the previous day's bread and they haven't managed to sell but by the next day. So they're selling it off cheap. So they're not wasting the food, it's just being sold at a lower price the next day. Also kind of ugly, wonky vegetables seems to almost become quite fashionable in supermarkets now. They're kind of pushing this idea of wonky vegetables. So there's less waste. So more vegetables are being used. And then what has been done? So there's things like the EU Sustainable Development Goals and Targets, the International Food Safety Conference and World Food Day. And then this is the poster on the right for this one. So we're seeing the different diets in the charts for the carbon footprints, the population growth, good practice and bad practice, and good things that have been done. So yeah, so that's a fairly, I think, quick talk through of the comics. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you very much, Damon, for these very nice products. I think they are a great help supporting teaching and facilitating discussions with the children. And they can be used, I think, in every country. Also, they are designed for Europe, but they can also be used outside of Europe, and not even for the small children, but also for older children, and even maybe for adults in workshops. Yeah, Putini, are there questions?
No, we don't have any questions. I think people were just impressed of the comics and they were looking at them.
Yeah. So if you want to add something, you can also raise your hand and we can open your microphone from the audience.
Actually, yes, there is one raised hand.
Yeah.
It was a mistake. Albin, do you still want to ask your question? Because I can unmute you. If you want to ask the question, raise your hand. Okay, maybe it was a mistake.
Okay. I think they don't need very much explanation because they are easy to understand, and so maybe then, if there are no questions at the moment, then we can move on to the next teaching aids, which are presented again by Dorota, the activity sheets. And then we can answer maybe upcoming questions at the end, at the Q&A session. So Dorota, are you?
Yes, I'm here. I will share my screen. I guess, can you see the website?
Yes.
Yes, because I think that will be the best solution, just to show the website, because all the activities are there. And if you enter the project website, which is Food Aware Project EU, you will have a couple of sections here. And the one that is the most interesting for us, I would say, is training platform. And of course, content is very important, and we did have this possibility to go through the content, but usually the way it is delivered is very important. And that's why the teaching aids were presented, educational videos are here as well, but we have activities also. And as you will click this link, activities, you will be taken to this kind of view, and you will see all the names of the modules that we have presented and all the sections. So we have local food production, food waste, food chain, and the others. And below you see 3 green buttons. There are, in every case, in every module, there are the same buttons: knowledge test, quiz, and puzzles. And these we find very interesting and very useful for teachers, especially during the pandemic right now, and during the situation that we are having with online teaching. They they allow us to use them right away after introduction of the module. So let's just go more in depth. By clicking knowledge test, we'll be taken to this kind of website. We have the title here and the short description. Below you can find 5 questions concerning junk food versus their healthy substitutes. Okay, and the instruction is to read the questions and to choose the best one, the one that best fits. Remember, there is only one correct answer to each question. So after we read the instruction, we can start the test, and we will be taken to another page where the instruction is given one more time if we would just forget it by any chance. And yellow, the text on the yellows, these are questions. Then we have ABC, 3 possible answers. We have to choose the one. So in this case, let's just see how it works. French fries can be substituted for home-baked cookies. Well, not really. Perhaps baked or grilled local grown potatoes. Let's go for B. A healthy substitute for ice cream can be, let's say, yogurt. B again. Instead of fried chicken, you can try, well, let's say this one. Donuts or pastries can be substituted for, well, home-baked cookies, and healthy substitute for sweets can be blueberries, let's say. After that, after we complete and fill all the questions, answer all the questions, we just click finish. And then we have indicated whether the question was answered in the correct way or not. Well, in my case, I did it right, I guess, yes, or fine. We have the number of points and total marks. We can try to do it again or back to activities. It's also very important because if students have any mistakes, it's quite usual that they want to go or the teacher says that they could go through it one more time. In our case, we go back to activities, and then we have the quiz that is here. Again, we have a short information about how to proceed. Then we click start. Okay, and here we have also some text to which the questions refer to. So, and anytime if we have some problem or we would like to check it, we can just go through it and perhaps grab some knowledge. Banana is one of the traditional local food. Okay, true or false, we can go through it like this. If we come back here, we have the section which is called puzzle. And again, the name of the puzzle, the module it refers to, again, a short information how to proceed, and you click start and you are taken to the website where you can move the puzzles all around. Well, let's see like this, yes, and try to rearrange them in the way they would finally fit. Well, something is going not well. Okay, perhaps there is some hint. We can just have a look how it should look like at the end. All right. So every module and then every section is arranged in the same way. Yes, it helps teachers to use these activities as a kind of assessment. It could be a formative assessment, so why the process of learning is taking place, or it could be just at the end of the module and of the section or of the course, how you would like to arrange it. I think it would be nice to refer to it as a formative assessment, because it is very useful for teacher and for the achievements of the students to be sure whether it is time to go further or to stop a little bit and just to explain issues that perhaps are not understood by all the students. So it could be used as a formative assessment. Since we know that online teaching is only an option that we are right now experiencing, and since we believe in the fact that the relations and interactions are, well, more powerful, I would say, in the process of learning, we also have this classroom version, which is in PDF. And when you click on it, you will get the module, and which is described here. And there are also some activities, and you can also use it during your classroom. Yes, this is a material, you can cut it. Some things could be cut and used during the classroom, during the classes. And I think as far as activities, these are the most important issue. I don't know if it is necessary to go through every module, because I guess they have the same functionalities, and you know, only the questions differ. So I guess it should be enough, but of course I just give you the possibility to decide whether you would like to go through them, all of them, or not.
I think Dorota is enough to show. Maybe you can show one more, but I think yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you can see again, yes, that's the knowledge test, the title, it refers to the module food chain. We have a short instruction here. Again, remember, there's only one correct answer. We start and we have the same view, yes. So the text, which is on placed on the yellow stripe, light yellow, is a question, and then we have to choose one of them, one of the three options of one of the three answers. Once we choose it, we go further, we just click finish, and that's it. Let's see what happens. Oh, right, so this one is correct, but look here, I didn't answer. So your answer to this question is incorrect or incomplete. The same is about these ones. And as you can see in the final report, you can see total marks. Okay, 5 total questions, 5 questions correctly answered. Unfortunately, only 1. And success ratio 20%. So perhaps in this situation, the student should repeat the test. Okay, we won't do that, but we can go back to activities and look at the quiz. And again, the name of the module that the quiz refers to, the short introduction. You click start. You have again a short information, a short description that you can refer to while answering the questions, answering if it is true or false. It is important from our pedagogical point of view, I would say, to have the text that that you can refer to. So this is here. Again, if we just, just put it like, I don't know, I don't read it. Let's see how it will go. All right, so your answer to this question is incorrect and incomplete. Again, oh, this was correct, fine. Incorrect, correct. And we have the final report in here. So I got 60%. If I want to get better and I want to enhance my results, I would just try again. But we don't do it right now. As far as puzzles, let's look what we have here. We have a chain, food chain to be arranged in a proper order. Yes, so we do it exactly the same how we did it in the previous section. So we simply move around those blocks and try to rearrange them in the form that gives us this kind of picture. Perhaps I can show you a little bit more of these puzzles because the knowledge tests are similar. Perhaps looking at puzzles would be nice. Oh, this is the one, a little bit more complicated, so you need some hint. You can look at the poster and try to rearrange the blocks again. Let's see what other puzzles do we have. Resource efficiency. Again, there is a poster, a kind of picture that we should reproduce in this activity. Yes. And let's see the last one. So we have a hint again. We can look at it and rearrange blocks one more time. I think that's a nice experience for students. It's not just like typical assessment, I would say, and it sometimes gives students some more fun than the usual test, I would say. So I think that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorota. I guess this is only available in English, huh?
Yes, right now it is in English, but perhaps they will be translated.
So the idea is that teachers.
The website is available in Polish right now, and I guess they will be available in Polish as well.
So the idea is that the teachers could send the children to this website and make a kind of competition or whatever.
Yeah, they can use it however they can. Well, with online learning, it could be used like that. But it was a very good remark of Moritz, I guess, to use Kahoot, for instance. Yes, to transfer it to Kahoot. So that would be really perfect, because there is a ready-to-use test in a very attractive form. So that would be beneficial, I would say.
Okay, are there any other questions from the audience?
No, currently there are no questions. So maybe
they also can open the microphone. or add something?
Yeah, I don't see something.
Okay, then I think we just move on to the next tools. These are the videos, and Diana will present this.
Okay, hello. So I will present now the educated and the animated educational video. Now we chose to make it animated because we find that animated works a lot better in terms of keeping it engaging, but at the same time, it conveys the information quite fast, no matter what the age is, or whether young or old. Animated videos tend to be quite effective. So for this project, we made an animated educational video, and our aim was to keep it short, but to include the main concepts of each module in the video. So we do have local food production in video. We will show the food chain again, the different levels of waste at different levels of the food chain, and we'll have the circular economy and sustainability. Now, because we want all of our materials to be translated in, again, Greek, German, French, and Polish, we kept text in the video at a bare minimum, and the text in video will be in English. However, the video is uploaded on YouTube, and it will have Greek, Polish, German, and French subtitles. There will be no talking over the video. There's no voiceover. There's just music. So you'll only have to rely on the subtitles, which will make it easier for children all throughout Europe or Asia, or whichever children are interested in the video. So I will show it now, but bear in mind the audio is quite high, I would say, so just a warning beforehand. I'm not sure it's working. Okay. Can everybody see the video?
Yes, but it didn't start yet. Now it started.
So that was the video. Yeah, so as you can see in the video, we also included the characters that can be found in the comics, because we wanted to unify all the materials and kind of keep a flow from the comics to the posters to the video, make sure that everything is coherent. The text, as I said, we try to keep it as minimum as possible, just including the most important information. Now, the video can be found on YouTube, on ISEKI's YouTube profile, as well as on the training platform and on the project website, in all the different language sections. So the website, I think Dorota explained before, it will be again French, German, Polish, and Greek. So the video will be uploaded to each of those pages, and it can be easily accessed as all of our other materials. It's free and open. We wanted to, yeah, so as I explained before, all the basic concepts of each of the modules are included in the video. We wanted to keep, we wanted to still remind the children of what they've learned in the modules, and also again teach them how to be a responsible consumer and how to use eat or use their food properly, how to store it, and what to do to reduce their carbon footprint and reduce their negative impact on the environment, and overall just be a responsible consumer. So that is for the video. That was a quick explanation.
Thank you, Diana. We have a comment from the audience that the video is very good, but the text might be too long, too fast for some children. And I would like to mention maybe that in YouTube, at least you can adjust the speed of the video, but maybe this should be done without the music, because the music could be heard a bit different. And you can, of course, lower the speed. Yeah.
I think lowering the speed should not be a problem. So I can get back to our animator and just ask him to lower the speed of everything and have it re-uploaded on the project website.
Great. Good. I don't see any other question.
Yeah, me either. So everything is very clear now. So maybe then we come to the final presentation, the training platform, which will be given by Natalia from the Polish Farm Advisory. Natalia, are you here?
Yes. Hello, good evening. I'm here. Welcome to everyone. Can you hear me well?
Yes, but we can't see you.
Hello again. I hope you can see me now. Hello.
Yeah.
So as Gerard said, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. My name is Natalia Radkovska. I'm the European Project Coordinator from the Polish Farm Advisor and Training Center, which is not-for-profit organization. And we were the responsible partner for creating the project website and project training platform. So thank you so much to Dorota for kindly showing part of the platform a little bit already. I will try to share my screen with you now and to show you some other parts of it. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay. So here I just wanted to show you the homepage of our project website. Here's the domain name, Foodaware Project EU. And as said before, the project website will be available in partners' languages. We can see it here. So currently we are seeing the English version, but it will be uploaded in German, Polish, Greek, French. Here is just the main image of the project. Below you can find some main aims of the project and our project consortium. So I think this is quite important. If anyone would like to get in touch with each partner, I will show you that in a second as well, more in detail. But here already on the project homepage, you can see our social media, which we are very happy about, and they are realized by our dissemination partner, ISEKI. Please kindly follow us. That's a kind request to all participants. You can get more information about the project from here. So we have the project Instagram and project Facebook page. As said before, here I just would like to mention to you that in the bookmarks you can find more information about the project. If you are still eager to find out more, then you can click on the About Project section. to read a little bit more about the project, more in detail, or perhaps if you would like to use this information, you know, for short presentation at your classes. Then you can see partner organizations. Perhaps you will be interested to get in touch with any of the partners. Here are their explanations, some description about each partner. So we had 6 partners in this project consortium. Project team also is available here. And then in the training platform, it's important to mention that all the modules you can find here in the training material sections. Here, the training modules. So they are available in the presentation format. You can print them, you can download them at your free time, of course, as well. The training methodology also is available in the training materials section. So training modules and training methodology. As for the activities, that's the activities that have been presented by Dorota. So I think this is clear enough. Perhaps I will go to the next session, which is teaching aids. And here you can find, it's here already, all the posters that they were presented by Dr. Herd and comics. So posters and comics, feel free to download them, print them already. And again, educational video, you can also access it from here. Perhaps I could only mention that in the dissemination bookmark, you can find project promotional leaflet, project poster, roll-up. The leaflet, of course, is available in different languages, in all partners' languages. And it can be also found in each language version section of the website. Then here, there is the final conference section where you can find the agenda of today. And as from next week, we will hyperlink presentations to each keynote speaker that is mentioned here in the agenda. Also, we are very proud to share with you the newsletter section of our website. You can find here the newsletters from the beginning of the project. Read any interesting materials here. Here's the newsletter number 1. We will be delighted, in fact, if you would like to subscribe to our newsletter. There will be last newsletter at the end of the project. So we had already 3 issues available. As for the contact, we encourage you to email our project team on the info@foodawareproject.eu. That's the email of the project. But also, you can get in touch directly with the project coordinator, which is Dukas School, and here are the contact details. And of course, if you would like to send a message from the website, it's also possible here through that window. And here, of course, if I click on that bookmark, it will take us to the Facebook of the project. So from my side, that would be everything. I suppose you know the webpage very well by now. So thank you so much. And I stay at your disposal if needed.
Thank you very much, Natalia.
Thank you
for presenting the website. I think it's an important tool so that the people can find everything. Also, there was the question before, all the presentations, I think, which were given today will be available on this website, right? And also the link to the recording.
Yes, that's correct. In the final conference section, yes.
Good. Also, I think that the social media could be also something for the future, also for the participants to follow this social media and to be in contact, maybe to share best practices and to stay in contact.
Of course, it's important to mention that this website and social media will be kept still after the end of the project. So please don't hesitate. It will stay live and we will upkeep it, and you can always get in touch with us.
So Fotini, do you see any question?
No, I don't see any question. Maybe people are checking the website.
Hopefully, we need as many visitors as possible.
Yes. No, I don't
There's
see it.
a lot of people online, but it would be a chance now if we have this Q&A session to get some more questions, or also to give some contributions, maybe from your country. What's the situation there? So we are a small group, so
I have
no
one
reason
question.
to be shy. Sorry?
I have one question.
Yes.
How long do you think it will take to translate everything into German? Well, a couple of months or how long?
Maybe Fotini, you know, you're aware of this?
If all the materials will be ready in all these languages until the end of this month. So before
Okay,
Christmas or after Christmas. Yeah.
So super fast. Thank you.
So in January, you can already use.
See. Oh, no, it's a comment. It's not a question, that they find the materials very useful for young children. It's good to have the feedback of the participants.
Yeah.
So if changes are needed, we need to adapt.
Yeah, every comment is very useful. So because everything can be improved, but I think everything is very good status now and very useful. And hopefully we could spread this to many people, that we could raise the awareness of the children to the food systems. I don't know if there are no further questions. I think there was one question to the Rota. I don't know if you have already the answer. It was something about a special term.
Lead. Yes, I've just put some comment, but since I just put the comment to organizers in the chat, to organizers and panelists, well, because I did not know exactly whether it meant, well, I will just look for it, whether it meant what is, whether, well, I'm just looking for my, okay, I just put a text like this. As for lead poisoning, do you ask for what it is or what impact local or non-local products have on lead poisoning? I did not know exactly what was the question about. So as for what it is, I would just paste the link, which is very useful to understand the issue. Would it be okay? And I just paste the link to the website where it is very nicely described, and I think that it should answer the question, because it wouldn't have any point, you know, to write this. Is that okay? I don't know if the person is here still.
Yes, I think the person is here, but I already also forward your answer to the person. So also the link.
All right, I hope it explains the issue. Just let me know if there is something more needed. So perhaps I will just put here my email address, and then we'll try to perhaps arrange it in the exchange of the emails, or perhaps this person could give me an email, and like this.
Actually asking about what about the transit justice term.
Maybe if the person is there, we could open the microphone.
Yeah.
I don't remember who was asking this.
I can activate the microphone, maybe. Hello,
Hello.
Monica.
Good evening.
Yes, my question was, what about transit justice? It was mentioned in the PowerPoint presentation, and I didn't understand on what it is referring. And the lead poisoning, from where lead? It was my question. From where lead in food?
Well, the lead might be in water as well, because
yes, I know.
And if it is in,
if
it is in water, it can be in food. Yes.
Okay. About the pipeline, probably.
About packages. It's also.
Yeah. Okay.
It is also about packaging, yes, that we used to have like years ago. So it was also the case. But to be honest, I was not the author of the presentation really. So perhaps if you have very in-depth questions, we will just consult the author. But you mentioned also.
It was mentioned transit justice. I don't know at what do you refer. It is on, I think it was one of the end, at the end of the presentation, sorry.
Yes, I guess.
The last slides.
Would it be okay for you if we would just exchange the emails and just try to arrange it via in this way?
No problem. Perfect. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I was not the one, to prepare it in person. So I'm not. I would prefer to consult with the author, and that would be for me more convenient if that would be okay. I wouldn't like you to be misled also with some information that I will give you and that are not very specific.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. I see another question. I don't know for whom it is, but it asks if it would be important to train also some people from food production with the appropriate training. And do all teachers feel competent enough to respond to children's questions during this materials presentation?
May I answer the second question? The second question, I think the modules are there to ensure that teachers feel confident enough in order to be able to introduce those subjects in the classroom, and that's why they are they have also the PDF files that go in depth with each module, and at least from the feedback that we got from teachers, they think that that piece of information and knowledge is enough for them to be able to have this kind of conversations in classroom. And when it specifically relates to the subject, like for example, we saw when the teachers thought that some of them were science teachers, then they focus more on the aspect of science in our example, and they still feel confident because it's the field of expertise.
Sorry,
Maybe,
and just to add to that, I mean, I'm a primary school teacher, but a lot of my children ask questions that I don't know the answers to because I'm not an expert or anything, but I think it's also fun then to be honest with the children, and okay to be honest with the children and say that you don't know the answer, and say, but let's look it up together, and try as a class and try to figure out the answer. I think the more the children are involved in those cases, also the more they remember about the answers to those specific questions. So I think even if, so at least my opinion is, even as a teacher, I don't have to know every answer, but I need to be able to help my students figure out where to find the answers and who to go to and where to look up, what are credible sources and things like that. So I think there's two different aspects to that question.
Maybe I could also contribute to the first part of the question. It was about to train people from food production. with appropriate pedagogical training. I fully agree to that. And the people working in the food processing, or in the food production, also in the primary production, they have also some training, but of course it's not always to the appropriate pedagogical way. But there's also some projects to improve this training for the primary production, but also for food processing. Yeah, this is something what I just want to mention to that.
I don't see.
I would like to hear a little bit more about your dissemination strategy concerning teachers and schools. How will you try to get your contents and products to schools, institutions, and teachers?
Can I try replying to that as well? Basically, what the whole structure of the program indicated was that we would have some teachers internally that from the partners that would train during the training event that was organized, and they would then be some kind of ambassadors when we went back to our countries, and locally we hosted multiple events to disseminate those materials. We went to primary schools, and we had a small seminar like the one we have today, and we presented all the material, and we try as much as we can to disseminate our communication channels, such as Facebook, that will eventually lead someone to the website where all the material are. And of course, we're always available to be contacted and answer any questions, either from the website or the Facebook or any communication channel that we have established.
Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. I don't see any other written question, so I don't know if somebody else wants to ask something. Gerard, we don't hear you.
Sorry, there's always the possibility to ask questions if they come up later, to post them to the platform or to send it to the coordinator. But if there's no further questions, I think we stayed already a long time together and think we are getting tired, and maybe we could then move on to the feedback or evaluation. Fortini?
Yes, we can continue to the evaluation. So now I will ask 4 questions just for the feedback of this webinar. Give me a second. So the first question, I think you see it now, is how useful did you find the training material for teachers that were presented today? I will give you a few seconds.
Sorry for the need, just to mention that it is really important for us to get your feedback, and it will really help us since we're still improving everything. It's really important that we answer those questions. Thank you.
Yes, so if you followed all the materials today, we would like to know if they were useful or not. Let's wait for a couple of seconds more. As I see, people are voting.
Okay. I think nothing is happening when I click.
Sorry?
Nothing is happening when I click.
No, this is not working for the panelists. It's only for the attendees.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I forgot to mention that. Okay, so I see that people answered. Oh, they are still answering actually. Okay, let's continue to the next one. So the second question is how useful did you find the teaching aids for children that were presented today? So the first part was for the teachers, and the second part that were the comics, the activity sheets, the video. These were for students. How much you think it's useful? Okay, 10 seconds more.
46% voted, so we could have some more.
Yeah. Okay, we are reaching 50%. Okay, let's continue to the third question. So this is more important question. Would you use the teaching aids to teach the children at school or at home as a teacher or as a parent? Because I guess currently with the COVID situation, many parents are teaching their children at home. So it would be a good opportunity that if the children don't learn such things at school, they can do it at home. Okay, let's continue to the fourth question, which is the final question. And it's about today's event. How much did you enjoy the conference all in all? Okay, I see more people answered this question instead of the previous ones. Okay, so I think I will close the poll. And as the evaluation is finished, I would give the floor to Thomas, that he can sum up today's conference.
Okay, thank you for the me. I'm going to try to reflect and summarize a bit what we saw today. We started with the keynote speakers, and we first saw how to look at the classroom as a platform community engagement, and then continued on seeing how we could benefit from a value-based approach in educating students in sustainability challenges. And I think they were both very interesting and related to the scope of the project and how the Food Aware project tries to be a part of the educational process and find itself in the classroom, its way in the classroom. And then we had the teacher's experience that was basically just that. There were people that gave us their feedback, both on how they see the materials being used in classroom and also on how they think they can really start those conversations and how they can relate them to certain subjects. And preferably to the curriculum they already have in the national curriculum and the classes they teach. And they also were kind enough to answer a lot of questions, and some of them I really like the fact that they saw it from a different aspect, and their contribution was really different, but also very interesting. We continued with the presentation of the modules. I remind you that these modules were supposed to target teachers and inform them on those topics that we discussed today. I understand that maybe it's for some teachers, like for science teachers, some of the content might seem that it's not related to their class, but I think even if a small proportion of this content, they think it's out of the comfortable zone by looking at the modules and by reading the information in the modules, I think that they can feel comfortable enough to include them in the lessons. And as we said just before, it's not bad if we don't know something and if teachers don't know something. As long as they know how to initiate the process of enabling students to find out the answer. So we continued with educational materials that are closely related to the modules and the 5 topics of the project. They were presented. We saw the process and the comics that, at least from the feedback that we have gotten so far, are good material to start a conversation in classroom and allow students to use their imagination to firstly understand the content of the comic and then see the story behind it, maybe add their own speech bubbles. It can be either a team or an individual activity. And we've seen that comics are really a fun form to work with in classroom, and students enjoy working with comics and learning through comics. And we saw also the educational video, which had a lot of information, and it was we were very delighted that we had feedback, and that's why we're here for, to get that feedback and make the adjustments. So it was we're also very happy that we managed to do that before the project ends. At the end of December, we said it's a project that ends in 2020. And also we saw the activity sheets that through the website and the training platform, we think that they have an interactive form, and especially at these times that a lot of schools are closed and they have transferred the teaching to digital means. It's a useful tool to have. You can have students go through these activities, and also it's good that they will get some knowledge out of it, and to be related to the topics that we've seen. Then we saw the food website. It was presented to you all. This will be the place that you that will continue to live for the end of the project, along with the other communication channels. It will be there for you to get the material and have access to them, and it will be there also for you if you want to communicate with us. We will be using these materials in our schools, so we will also maybe have any updates that we might share through these communication channels in the future. So I would ask you to follow us. And we completed with the Q&A session where you had hopefully the chance to ask us any questions that you had, and hopefully you will resolve them. I think that is a good summary of what we saw today. We again thank you for your active participation and your questions throughout the event. I'm really happy that you also participated in the questions at the last part, at the evaluation of what you've seen. This will help us improve it, and I think that's all from me. Thank you again for your participation.
Thank you very much, Thomas. I also would like to thank all the presenters and also the participants for their active participation. There was still one question about the materials, so just to repeat again, all the materials will be available on the website, and also a link for the recordings will be available there. And yeah, with this, I will close these sessions. And it's amazing, there are still some people from Asia, so it must be far after midnight already in Japan. So thank you very much for staying with us so long, and also the others listening to the presentations and asking questions. So thank you very much for that, and hopefully we intended to have this workshop face-to-face in Vienna. So unfortunately we couldn't do, but otherwise if we would have it face-to-face, we wouldn't have this international audience. But yeah, we could have some more interactions with the people if we would have this conference in face-to-face. But maybe there will be a possibility in the future to meet and have these kind of presentations face-to-face.